Hater, hider, holder, it's me, BP, over here with my buddy LVD, here to cast today's Historic Brawl Tournament. And you know what? We have some bangers for y'all. So, if you didn't see, we have a couple of band commanders coming into this month. They are, kind of all the big ones. We got our Rusko, we got our Five Fairy, and we have Adeline. So the field is really opened up, and you're going to see that a lot with this tournament. And so, let's just go down a quick rundown of the decks you're going to see before we kind of get more involved in what the actual decks are. We have Myriad 58 piloting Azusa Lost but Seeking, Janiro piloting Jadar, Ghoul Color of Nephalia, Birthing Potter with Tamiyo Field Researcher, Flash Fan number 2 with Ragavan Nimble Pilfer, boo, Titan Lord with Kroxa Titan of Death's Hunger, Hazor with Rowstorm Conduit, Theism with Balmor Battle Mage Captain, and Inkheart with Atraxa Grand Unifier, another little bit of a boring one. LVD, what do you think of the matchups? So what do you think of the decks coming into this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, we see some of the usual suspects. Definitely expected to see some Atraxa, Ragavan, another boogeyman of the format, if you will. But yeah, also some interesting picks. Tamiyo is definitely a deck I'm looking forward to see in action. And Jadar also, pretty fun deck, I think. So yeah, it should be a fun top 8.
Yeah, I'm for sure we should see, because obviously in Mono Black we see a lot of, oh my god, I'm blanking. Four mana, pro human, sack creature,
Yeah,
Yawgmoth.
Yawgmoth, yeah.
So I'm interested to see what Jadar offers. If that consistent 2/2 is going to be worth it in the slot, and a consistent 2-drop for the deck list. I guess with that in mind, do you want to look at those decks for our first matchup we're going to watch today? Is Azusa versus Jadar? Do you want to go to those decks?
Sure.
Awesome. So I've got Azusa pulled up here right now, and I'm pretty excited. I see the Court of Calling is a really interesting pickup. I like the fact that a lot of their deck is focused on 2-3 drops really early to make sure that they've got enough lands to play with the Azusa and a lot of top end at the 5+ mark. Is there anything here that kind of surprises you? Anything that you think is worth talking about?
Well, I mean, the land count is definitely something that's typical for Azusa decks. 50 plus lands in this deck, 53 to be exact. So that's not something you'll typically find in historic Brawl decks. But of course, when your commander lets you play extra lands, that's not a bad idea. And yeah, some pretty nice top end cards. The Eldrazi are going to be fun to see in action. And yeah, lots of tutor effects, finale, invasion. So there's way more consistency nowadays with all these tutor effects, Court of Calling, a new edition. So I'm interested to see what those will search up most often.
Yeah, I actually think that some of the new things around added Arena puts green in a really good position. Court of Calling being instant speed is always amazing to face during control. I also think the additions of the One Ring and Thought Knots here are really incredible for in green. Obviously, the One Ring has been blowing up formats like Modern. I think it's really good in short brawl for decks that want to are playing that not aggro strategy. And I think Thought Knots here it gives you that little bit of control that green needs to stave off a board wipe or something like that, or counter spells in the late game.
Yeah, for sure.
I also personally like the inclusion of Titania and Argoth. I think that a flipped Titania Gaia Incarnate is really good and can be a really interesting way to kind of force your opponent's hand early.
Yeah, it gives the deck a nice tool against aggressive decks, gaining some life occasionally with all the fetch lines. So,
And it's interesting to note as well that Myriad did not pilot Azusa at all during this tournament. He was playing Sithis, Galta, and Uro for the most part. However, if we look at this Jadar list, he piloted Jadar the entire tournament so far, and this deck looks spicy. I think I don't know, inclusions worth talking about here. Obviously, the One Ring, Braids Arisen Nightmare. If you can get a 2/3 to Jadar Braids, is really strong. Anything you want to bring up?
well, I mean, the One Ring is definitely a big one. How many of the top 8 decks are running it? I think it's like 6 out of 8, maybe 7.
I think I kind of
So,
touched 7. Yeah, I think it's everybody
yeah.
but Ragavan.
Mm-hmm. I think actually it was maybe the. Let me double check the deck list here. But yeah, it was pretty much 6 or 7 out of 8. In some decks, it maybe doesn't fit quite as well, like in the blue red Raw deck, I
Balmor.
think.
Yeah.
That's the only one I see here that's not running it. But
Interesting.
yeah, definitely the card that's seen the most play so far.
One of the things that I'm actually kind of iffy about on this list is this Plantier of Orthanc.
Hmm.
Orthanc. I don't know. It seems kind of iffy. Like you're not taking. I mean, I guess the damage or card draw is like good if you're playing this kind of aggro game plan. It seems like he's trying to with a lot of these early drop. Putting pressure. But I just don't. It's you're milling one card, taking like one or two damage, giving your opponent a card. Like I just the fact your opponent gets to choose. I've never been hot on this card. I really hope that
Right.
it proves me wrong though.
Yeah, and limited usually it's at its best when you've got some expensive cards in the deck that the opponent doesn't really want to give you, but then if they decline, then they take a bunch of damage. So it's interesting to see it in kind of a more low curve deck.
Mm-hmm. In addition to that, too, the mana base is very interesting to me. I feel like obviously there's not a ton of utility lands you're running in mono black, but running 34 swamps and 5 utility lands is one. It seems like a very high land count at 39. I know he has not really any other ramp except for the Mox Amber and Dark Ritual, but it seems high for an aggro list. But I guess his top end is at 5 and 6. But what do you
Mm-hmm.
think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I would have maybe expected to see a Mutavault in there at least, but I guess they want to maximize their swamps for some of their triple black cards. But yeah, we'll see those utility lands hopefully do some work.
Makes sense to me. You ready to get into this first match?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's check out that first match. We're gonna get moved over to them. While we're here, I'm gonna look at these nice little title card thing. Let me see if I can pull it up and screen. Nope, it won't work. But we're gonna work these for later. They're a new thing we added. Basically, they're gonna give the matchup. We're gonna work on getting these pulled up, but they'll effectively tell you the player stats, what they played during their week, and their top 8 commander. But for instance, Myriad has been in season 3. He ranked number 4. In season 6, he was ranked number 1, won the season 6 tournament, and in season 8, was rank 3 currently. So we'll see. Same thing coming into the top 8 tournament. Jadar's player Gianero was in rank 10. Just barely missed out on the cutout last time.
Yeah, nice to see these new title cards.
I like them. I think they're fresh. Kind of getting into there. All right. Well, let's move into the game. We'll see what they're going over here.
I've got a 4-land opening hand for Azusa. Is that average or above average?
I feel like that's about average. I didn't
Yeah,
actually.
with 53 lands, you would expect about half.
Yeah.
And turn 3 Titania, although probably going to see the commander show up first.
Yeah. I do love the addition of Catania with a lot of the additional lands they have, like Demo Field, the Wilds, Passage, Field of Rune Effects, things that are going to put them in your graveyard. Um, is when I think it really makes Titania shine.
Mm-hmm. Let me double check the deck list. Are they running any of the Streets of New Capenna fetch lands as well? I think so, yeah. I'm seeing a couple.
Yeah, Broker's Hideout, Cabaret Courtyard.
Yeah, in my experience, those have been very good for the deck as well.
I'm a little interested at the slow fetch Shire Terrace making the cut,
Mm.
but that's just because like I can't imagine wanting to take that extra land and then fetching and getting a top land. Feels rough.
Yeah, it does feel like whenever you get one of those Crucible Worlds or Excavator effects in play, you just need to have that fetch land, otherwise you're going to be disappointed.
Oh, pretty good curve here going into the Shambling Geist into has the 2 mana to either go what he wants to and draws the 30 needs to. If he can draw a 4th mana to curve out into this Henrika, it actually is gonna be a pretty nice little 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. However, would have to spend some removal and does have some pretty good bricks in hand if you can get to 5 mana.
It's going to be Azusa first. Any reason to take 3 damage?
I think he's maybe if he wants to put it in tapped.
Right.
I don't think so. I think you can put it in next turn if you want to. At least you're holding up stuff. But I mean, like, turn four, his turn four looks incredibly strong right now. Would you lead off with the Titania to try to bait removal, or would you go with the Ren and seven? Wow, he actually removes the Azusa.
We'll have to see what the draw step is. Feels a little weak to just play Titania for a turn.
I mean, it does brick you down only taking 2 damage, so it doesn't feel the end of the world. You're definitely right.
Okay. Augur gives you something else. Although, is there enough green mana? I don't think so.
No, it's just shy. Unless he yeah, can't even rip one off the top. That was actually a pretty big hit. Reduced the Emrakul, it looks like, by 3.
Disciple, nice answer. Still have that Shatter in hand.
Yeah, good top deck there. Really applying a lot of pressure. And thankfully as well, like with the Disciple pickup, the nothing in his hand really punishes Myriad either, without a board state to like potentially get blocked into.
Yeah, this game seems to be all about getting that Emrakul down and trying to stabilize that way. And I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Taking the 1 damage here could actually be pretty backbreaking. It's still a pretty big mana advantage when you get to it. At 9 right now. Needs 1 more to rip the Emrakul off the top. I think that in general, Gennaro needs to find a way to outpace, and I think the amount of lands is going to be a little rough to do that. You definitely heard the Azusa here, though, right?
Yeah, I think so. Artist, you down to 18.
I mean, honestly, with this big of a board state, you think, where would you put yourself at in Gennaro's shoes? Do you feel like because you have board advantage, you're in the driver's seat, or do you think because the huge?
I think you're feeling pretty nervous for some big Eldrazi to show up now. You would probably need to be a little further ahead at the stage to try and get those last points in.
No, I totally agree. I am looking at the Zusa list, and I don't see a lot of life gain. So at least it seems as though when he does get him low, it's gonna stick.
Well, I mean, there's still Titania in place, so any fetch land's going to be +2.
Looks
Under
like Primal Command Wormcoil. Got it.
And a Courser Crewfix I see here as well.
Ah, he missed the Courser. I always get that ability on the Courser, and it is not irrelevant in his use set.
What are we cordon for? Kogla? That's not bad.
Yeah, it gets rid of a lot of the reach he had.
Algraph Autumn is a human, so that's one way to make Kogla indestructible, potentially.
Yeah, Azusa as well, in theory. If he ever drops both Augur and Azusa trying to like kill more off the top. But Azusa at 7 mana, I think it'll be a luxury if he casts it again.
Yeah, that's more like a fetch land Crucible situation. And goodbye, Halfling.
Hardly knew you.
And there's a Shard Terrace. Good enough for
the
an
land you
Oracle.
needed. Yeah, I mean, I think so. You can. I mean, I think it's worth Emrakuling here. You can, you don't know you have about the Fleshbag Marauder, but absolute worst case scenario, you can then push that Zealport Cutthroat straight into my Kogla, um, and then you can put the Henrika Domnathi straight into Emrakul.
Yeah,
Get rid of two big
three
pieces.
three decent blockers makes Emrakul pretty powerful here.
Yeah. And that's probably gonna be the end of game one. I mean, that just seems like I don't looking at Janira's list, I don't see a real big way back from him at this point.
Play banner naming some non-black color.
Yeah. Fleshbag, Jadar, leave it in the yard.
Do we transform Henrika? No, we draw.
I don't think you can because you don't want it to trade with your Emrakul, right? Because it gets death
Yeah.
touch on flip. Okay. Let's make sure you get the block out here. I think it's also potentially worth make sure he casts the. I'm assuming that's like a feigned death effect.
Yep. The is it Undying Malice or?
Yes, Undying Malice.
And then play Fleshbag, sacrifice Kogla.
Yep. Incredible.
Find something else. Yeah, that's a nice turn.
The card draw coming in is absolutely insane. Like the going for the lose life draw card.
Sadly, no mana to play banner. Oh well.
I mean, if I had a 13-13 and an 8-7 against a 3-2 that'll die when it attacks and a 3-3 lifelinker, I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah. It's just about how do we want to close out the game here.
I mean, oof. I think he's got any choice options now.
Are we going to see Vorinclex transform?
On
Good
the
for
one
the
hand,
fans.
I do, but on the other hand, I think he does have to worry about blood on the snow still.
Good
It
point.
would be a pretty disgusting. I mean, if he thinks about it, like, yeah, the game is like his to lose at this point, but a blood on the snow right off the top, right here. Nope, Orcus Bowmasher.
Good card, but not quite on this board.
Because like I think that would blow him out pretty heavily here. I guess he had the mana for Kogla to be indestructible.
All right, that was a pretty convincing game one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jadar is definitely going to struggle looking at the tournament bracket. I think that historically, out of the big three, aggro does the weakest to mid range, and there's a good amount of mid range lists on this. Control is I would even say underrepresented this tournament compared to previous ones.
Yeah, there's the blue-red Storm Conduit deck. I would maybe classify as control, but even there, it's kind of capable of some powerful starts by itself as well.
Yeah, and then I would argue Tamiyo. It's definitely like a control mid rangey, but I mean the deck is still there trying to make sure you can get out of Tamiyo.
Yeah, this Tamiyo list is pretty unique. I see a lot of one-drops in it. So it's definitely trying to maximize the card draw effect on Tamiyo's +1.
This feels like if I don't know the so we saw the Azusa straight into run in 7 last game. Yeah, I think it isn't a good enough start without other. I like the primal command pickup here.
Oh, we're going to see the One Ring in action this time. It's going to help the black deck keep up with the late game of the Azusa deck.
And I like the Underworld Dreams. I think it can be a really great way to get reach while this deck is trying to stabilize. Like they're not drawing a ton of cards, but I think every point matters.
World Breaker. Does that exile or destroy?
Exile. No,
Exile.
destroy.
Okay. So not an answer to the One Ring.
I'm double checking actually.
I think it's exile. Yeah, it says exile.
Yeah, it's exile.
So yeah, that could be an answer to the ring, but went for something else.
I mean, I guess he hasn't. The ring is a one of. It'd be pretty tough to plan around. Grabbing a land is interesting though. Side note for you: do you fetch first and then once upon a time, or did you OAT before, like he did?
I think the Azusa player probably wanted to just hit their land drops, so they didn't really mind finding an extra land there.
Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, he's if that Zeus survives,
Which it doesn't. Although still getting that one turn with Azusa is sometimes enough. While it doesn't really have an ETB effect, it kind of feels like it.
yeah, I mean, it's play two lands, you can't respond unless the lands have ETB effects. Okay, looking in a pretty good spot here, but the Kogla and Primal Command is also an answer to the One Ring.
Yeah, can put it back on top. Although they just redraw it.
You can also make them shuffle their library.
Fair.
I mean, it would be both modes, but it is get rid of a permanent.
Yeah, a lot of options with this command.
I mean, I think, yeah, I don't think the answer is ever to answer the Jadar here. Wondering if, I mean, even a one turn answer to the One Ring, maybe, while then tutoring for a creature to get rid of it next turn could be pretty impactful.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's not too many Foretell cards in the Jadar deck, so it's pretty easy to pinpoint which card it is.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the deck list up, I think you know. I think there is a threat to poison in the cup if you don't know what's in the list, but that's the only two I can really think of.
Yeah, it's just the Jarl of the Forsaken. So that's why we didn't see any blocks.
Mm-hmm. Hitting those land drops, oh, feels good.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite feelings in Magic is just getting to play stuff over the top of the deck.
Yeah, like I love Oracle for giving you the extra land drop, but man, getting to potentially play creatures is a really big upside.
Oh yeah,
Like right now.
Coven was enabled before Kogla ended up in the graveyard. Although Tracker's going to enable it once again.
Really, I like the choice here for blocking with the Azusa. Because depending on your next cards, you have Tracker. Sure, your Coven's gone, but like you can hit a really, oh, never mind, a really good rip of cards off the top.
Primal Command, does it go after the ring?
I don't know. I think for me, I would probably go. What would you do?
I mean, could you search up a World Breaker, I suppose? Or some other answer Ulamog, if we've got the mana for it.
Needs one more, I believe.
Is there a castle too?
Okay, life gain and get a creature.
Yeah, I think with the castle we have enough for Ulamog, but it's going to be Emrakul instead.
Thank you. Sorry, y'all. On our screen, a little bit smaller. Got to kind of feel for the art, then be able to read it super effectively sometimes. I don't know. Would you have? I think the Emrakul is an interesting pickup here.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to activate the One Ring when you control the opponent? Not really, but maybe you can do some damage if they're holding a grip full of removal.
Yeah, that's true. I guess you can potentially like try to draw a bunch of things that would like affect their board. You know, they'll it's another turn of them losing life could be relevant. So I'm not entirely sure. Um, especially with the lifelink, I believe that the Cavalier Knight has
Yep.
is really good at offsetting that ring for probably the rest of the game.
So you would say advantage Jadar right now?
Yeah, I think Jadar's pretty good. I mean, he's got a one ring. There's no answer to the one ring. Um, I think the Emrakul is good, but there are enough potential edict effects and card draw to get around it. And, you know, Emrakul can't swing without losing that race due to the lifelink as well, I think. So you're drawing cards. Eventually, you have to throw some stuff into the fodder.
Trying to make use of the bone shards before Emrakul comes down.
Interesting. And wants to make sure that Braids can't sack his own land or the One Ring as well.
Definitely a heads up play.
And since he does have the Phyrexian Reclamation, interesting choice to draw more cards before the extra turn. I don't know if I would have done that. I feel like he was in a really good spot.
Yeah, definitely going for the riskier line here.
I mean, the good news is absolute worst case scenario: land, reclamation, bring back Braids, Braids end of turn, sacks One Ring,
That would do it.
and you can go to the Cavalier and Emrakul.
Are we going to see the generous end cycled?
Not sure. It'll definitely depend on like what all he can do here, and honestly, it's not a lot. Um,
Yeah, I don't see many utility lanes, just one Mishra's Foundry.
mhm.
Is that a gate all the way on the left that they can still activate?
Yes. Okay, he might see it, but he activated the One Ring first, which I'm not super sold on. I don't know. I don't think that card draw gave him anything. The Rankle can't affect the board really because you can't sack anything without removing Emrakul. I guess you could try to like punch Rankle in anyways. Looks like it is going to be the Braids. Probably getting rid of the One Ring though. Oh. Oh no.
That was a strange sequence.
I think he just wanted the loss of life. Not totally sure. When Cavalier and Night Trigger could have got it out of the way the same way.
Yeah, Cavalier's not a May ability.
Did he just disciple his own Emrakul?
I think so.
I
Yeah, it's not a May, so you have to return a creature. There was only one target.
oh that is yikes. Okay. Well, you know what? It's hard enough to play your own deck without having to play your opponent's deck too. Um, if somebody can clip that, that'd be hilarious. Um,
Yeah, Emrakul turns, I remember when it first came out on Arena, the timer you get for the opponent's turn is not very long. I don't know if it's been slightly changed by now. Of course, we're in a direct challenge here, so the timer rules are a little different, perhaps.
I don't know. I play Emrakul in shockingly few lists, and most of the time it's not to actually cast him. As much fun as that is, outside of some when the set first came out. Yeah, I mean, Jadar's in full control. Uh,
Yeah, I don't think
uh,
the Ent is gonna do much to stem the bleeding here.
yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. I think punching Knight into bringing back braids, stacking the One Ring, and using some of your other stuff to like remove other things on the board or whatever, cast things and do whatever. I don't know. I think he just missed it, but it's tough to see. And there's a lot of pressure too because you're like in the top 8 of a tournament. You know, I know Myriad's not new to this, but
Maybe tempted by Emrakul after its performance in the first game.
yeah. Do you think Ulamog was the play then?
I think I might have gone Ulamog with Castle making 10 mana. I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because you get rid of the life link, you get rid of the One Ring, and now you have an indestructible 10/10, and they have to have an edict effect. And he had one, but without drawing the extra 5 cards, it was a ways away.
Well, it's good news for us viewers. We get a third game.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think there's some really interesting spice still to be had by this Jadar list. Um, Obviously, we saw the top end coming in really clutch. It's times like this I really wish we had sideboard options. Like, would be super fun, but I don't know.
Will we see a Primeval Titan hit the battlefield? Looks like it.
Yes, I love prime time. It might be one of
Especially,
my cards.
oh yeah, especially in a deck like Azusa where you've got a ton of utility lands to choose from.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean,
sadly, we may not see it hit the battlefield.
I don't think. I don't know. I. Hmm. I think I would have taken Emrakul. Sure, it didn't perform well last game, but like I
So
don't
if you're
know.
not taking a Merkle, you're basically saying, I gotta win the game before it comes down.
Yeah, and I just the way we've seen this go with it being Azusa, it seems unlikely. Ooh, okay. He has the Crucible effect. Is that a fetch? No, it's a It's a Field of
Yeah, the
Ruin version 2.
right, Demolition Field.
I guess he can go and get one with the Nylea's spell.
Yep. Although that's the kind of card you would prefer to cast for more than just X equals 2.
Yeah, and also the type of card you wish Field of the Dead was still back in for. Ooh, okay, well, this is actually good then. You could cast for X's 3, go get your fetches to gain you life, or at least
And
one
still
fetch to
play
gain
them
you.
out.
Yeah, I don't think you're pressured enough to play the Thrag Tusk here just yet. Another One Ring coming up, though. Could be quite good. What do you think you grab here from the Azusa list? Obviously, we get a fetch.
Yeah, probably one of the new Capenna fetch lands, or do we care more about it being untapped with Fabled Passage?
I think I'd want one for the life game.
Fountain can gain 2.
Fair. Still looking really good. I mean, the Emrakul's out in 2 turns, ideally.
Well, there's another reason to run a lot of swamps in your list. Dread Presence.
Yeah, always a big fan. Good way to help like keep the board stabilized and getting her to the yard.
Yeah, and that's maybe why we didn't see Myriad play the Fabled Passage last turn, because of that Trespasser exiling it.
Yeah, he wants to make sure he can get it back immediately.
So that's another reason not to get the new Capenna fetch lands.
I don't think you want that on top. Pretty nice spot to play Thrag Tusk here, though. Gets you back almost starting life. You know, your opponent can't easily remove it with the Dread Presence.
But yeah, once again, there's the One Ring.
Interesting. I mean, I guess he is showing that he just can recast the Jadar. And this doesn't have Menace yet, I don't believe. That feels like a really good trade.
Yeah, no, we don't need to worry about graveyard hate anymore.
Though the One Ring able to, I mean, it seems to be stalled, but the One Ring's going to fix that in a couple of turns.
Yeah, this one's gonna be very close, I think.
It'll come down to when that Emrakul comes down. Yeah, there's no reason not to drop this now. I don't think.
Yeah, see if we can pick up something else. There's a lot of swamps right now.
Yeah, the little bit of flood is a little rough, but at least you have the Dread presence to make it into something.
Yeah.
Needs one more land. Go to Azusa Crucible. Or Primeval Behemoth, or whatever it is. Perennial
Yeah,
Behemoth.
that's a card I haven't personally played a lot with, but yeah, maybe in the Azusa deck you just want every Crucible type effect.
Yeah, I like it because of the unearth cost of only being 2 green is pretty nice. Later on with Azusa, he pays for himself with a fetch, and you get a 2/7. They can like try to get in for some chip or something. The 7 toughness I think is also effective because it can brick some decks. I feel like Ragavan especially has a lot of trouble dealing with a 5 mana 2/7. And then for everybody who's fairly new, uh, they kind of basically talk about you get to see what other people are who are in the top 8, and you know what they've been playing throughout the tournament, so you can kind of gauge what they're here for, what they're going to be playing. So like, Junior played Jadar the entire time. You're pretty confident he's playing Jadar. Now, do you know you're playing him first? No, but you do know he's in here, so you have to take into account the fact he might play this deck, and so there's some kind of mind gaming going on with some of the lists, which is why I think it's interesting that Azusa is like brand new here.
All right, so we've got a clear board.
This veto could be massive, actually. So veto swamp is 4 points right there. Like, might be kicking himself for not having more life.
So Zeus has 5 mana right now.
So he can Behemoth, fetch, Azusa, fetch, fetch.
Yeah. Which would set up Emrakul next turn.
Yeah, which is always a good call. So it'll be tough unless he draws into some really crazy stuff he's got here. Very excited though. So it also looks like Birthing Potter is 1-0 on Flash Fans. That's Tamiyo's 1-up on the Ragavan. That is now stabilized 1-1 as I was talking. Other matchups that are in there, the finished is Rao Storm Conduit 2-0 on Kroxa Titan of Death's Hunger. And Balmor and Atraxa are 1-1 as well.
All right. So we might still be able to jump into another game if it ends here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, I mean, obviously he has the Emrakul, but, and he's been flooding. But still, just.
The Palantir has been drawn as well.
I mean, I don't even know. At this point, he's got the One Ring. Let him draw. I'm at a low life total. I don't know. I was gonna say I don't even know. You might even just. I would have vetoed there. Do 5 more damage.
Yeah, with your opponents almost in single digits.
I guess he wanted to duress here for the other card that wasn't Emrakul in hand, but I don't know. Because I think not vetoing there. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, he still has lethal. He has exactly lethal if he has his whole board after the Emrakul turn. But we'll see. actually massive.
All right. Third time is a charm.
Making sure he's got the right colors. Smart. I don't really think it matters. Like, I guess he could demo field and then Emrakul. So here you definitely a Dread Presence or Veto.
Yeah, it's a close call. Bowmaster's the draw.
I guess Bowmasters kill itself.
This is where the fun begins.
Yeah, it's definitely. Sorry, you got me the Star Wars. I think this might be the time where it's correct because you want to find one more removal piece. Because Bowmasters can always just kill itself. You can punch either Veto or the Shade into Emrakul. You can punch Jadar into the Behemoth. And you're just hoping for not that.
Could also Dread Presence plus Bowmasters for 3 damage to a single creature.
That's true. Yeah.
Although I guess we've already played land.
Did he? Oh, yes. Oof. Yeah, I mean, it comes down to I think you're right. I think it comes down to
Castle's not bad.
yeah. I don't know. I think you're right. I think that that was the line because it gets rid of both Veto and Dread Presence. You could have still castled, and then you're in a pretty good spot from there with 2 blockers and your opponent losing 4 to 5 life a turn. Still, so I think yeah. I mean, it definitely talked about that the Emrakul turns were the make or break moments of the game. Misplaying out 2 games.
Yeah, not quite having the same board presence as in the first game, where we were able to set up 3 profitable attacks.
So he hadn't played the swamp and didn't. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, no, just how in the first game the Azusa player actually had 3 decent blockers left to kind of suicide attack some of those black creatures. Whereas it's not quite the same now.
Well, I guess he could still do the block in Bowmasters.
Yeah, after taking 2.
Still, though, has him on a roughly 3-turn clock with his own One Ring. But we'll have to wait and see because I do think it's still in Generos, I want to say. The amount of card advantage the One Ring's going to get him 3 turns with that is just absolutely incredible.
Although I don't see a clean answer for Emrakul in hand at the moment.
Fair. I don't know if you want to take the 1 life here.
So the Palantir, you want to try and keep expensive things on top to deal damage?
Well, at the moment, this is still the Emrakul player deciding.
Right. It's end of turn, it triggers.
Yeah, and he just gave him the answer. Well, one potentially. I feel like if you were going to let him draw the card, I would have given him the Shambling Geist. I guess he does control cleanup. Never mind. He's removed the answer.
Just keep all those lines in hand. So we still need to find an answer to Emrakul.
Does not have reach, correct? That's like the weird flavor fill with it. It does not have reach. Okay.
So we've got an Undying Malice, Rankle.
I like Wrinkle here. You can't do much with it, but it keeps you from dying for a turn. Oh, you're 8 life. Never mind. It does not keep you from dying for a turn.
Yeah, Emrakul does have Trample.
I always forget that.
So swinging for the fences.
I think that's gonna be it.
Can Undying Malice, but it's not going to be enough.
Thankfully, even through the Emrakul player's turns, still flooding with lands. Has half the lands in his deck. Has over half the lands in his deck. Currently in his hand and in play. Which is just kind of hilarious, to be honest.
Yeah, Emrakul getting there 2 out of 3 times. Pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, if he could, I don't see anything he can do here. I feel like maybe you want to keep that 3 mana open for if you draw off this Plantar, because he has to let you draw.
Yeah, it's just too risky now.
Nope. Unfortunately, Emrakul does get there this time. Oof, good. I was getting a little worried for Myriad, man.
Those are some close games.
Oh, yeah. Uh, Definitely unfortunate that Gennaro did flood, but what are you going to do? That looks like all the other matches for round one are completed. So this is our last matchup. We will pivot over from there. So so let's kind of go through, our round one, who won, who lost. Myriad taking it 2-1 with Azusa over Jadar. Birthing Potter 2-1 over Ragavan with Tamiyo. We have Hazor with Ral Storm Conduit 2-0 into the Kroxa Titan of Death's Hunger. And Inkheart going 2-1 with Atraxa versus TSM's Balmore Battle Mage Captain. So we're gonna do into our losers bracket here, so we gotta get a chance to shine. I'm figuring let's check out this game one for probably Jadar Ragavan, and then we can move over to Titan Lord versus TSM or TSM. I'm pretty sure it's TSM because I'm pretty sure it's a reference to the team. We can finish up their Kroxa Balmore. Sound like a plan to you?
Yeah, sounds good.
Perfect.
Any surprises out of the first round? Any results that you didn't expect?
Raw Storm Conduit over Kroxa. I kind of figured that Kroxa, with some of the hand hate, could work out pretty well. Looking at the list. So, and the fact that the first game Rao won hard, I'm interested to see more about that list. It's definitely the one I'm the most interested in right now. And then I think with all the one drops that Tamiyo has, I think it's really favored in the Ragavan actually.
Yeah, just putting a 1-1 in front of Ragavan is a way to answer it, I guess.
Yeah, I think the only decks I'm looking here that might struggle are potentially Atraxa, and then Rao would struggle in the Ragavan matchup. I definitely think more players thought that might get played. And then Azusa winning is actually now obviously Jadar and Azusa are both kind of like new to the meta, but I didn't think of Azusa as that powerful. I'm wondering if a lot of the changes and things getting added have kind of bumped it up the curve. But Azusa was one of the boogeymen of like old school Commander as well. So
yeah, I've always had good experiences playing Azusa.
I'm a big fan. I really like Azusa. I play a very similar list with the new Phyrexianized Nissa as well. I think one of the advantages to playing commanders in Brawl is when they have really impactful abilities the turn they come out. And I like being able to play my commander to either blow up enchantments or artifacts or to overrun.
Yep, that'll usually do it.
Our sponsor today, in case you don't know, is Untapped.gg. Um, Always big fan. They've been sponsoring us for a while now. Great place to get your decks done. Keep your deck list. You want to show them to friends. What we personally use here in house. Um, just all in all, a good egg.
Yeah, I've been using it for a long time now too. Can definitely
I like
recommend it.
I like the deck statistics, honestly. I like when I can be like, okay, how many games I play with this deck before I make any kind of content for it. Is it actually working? Is it just working in my head?
Yeah, when I'm trying to brew up new decks, I always just double check just to make sure if there's a deck out there using the same cards. Can maybe give you some inspiration.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when it comes to either Brawl, where you're working singleton more options, or also sometimes finding some of those like jankier historic decks that like I haven't thought of. Like obviously, everyone sees the same ones, but occasionally you'll find one that's like a really fun counter to the meta. I know we saw a bunch come out to fight Rakdos for a long time. Up in here.
All right.
We're moving it around, so we're giving just a second here to get everything settled as we move over on the back end. Um, so, LVD, obviously, you have historical content that you've made before. Um, what is something you think is good about competitive historic brawl? Like, what's something that's interests you about it?
Just a variety, actually. Getting to see way more cards in action than you would see in a format like Standard, for instance, which can sometimes be a little bit samesies. But yeah, just a singleton format with a ton of great options for your commander leads to a lot of varied gameplay. So
Yeah,
it's always fun to see.
no, and I think the fact that like almost no deck is ever solved. I think the closest we had was Five Fairy, where it's just what are the absolute best control pieces. But even then, if like some of the counter magic can be based on personal preference, and I think that the decks end up with a lot more personality is probably the
Hmm.
right word I want to use for it. Do you find yourself playing any particular style more often, or
I kind of enjoy every style of Magic there is. So that's also the beauty of historic Brawl is there's so many options. There's always something for everyone, and yeah, there's no lack of fun options out there.
yeah, no, I'm with you as well. We're gonna move over to my view for a minute. We're gonna play started, and we're gonna talk about the Ragavan list, Kroxa and Balmor until we are ready to go. We'll kind of go through and see if there's anything interesting about them. All right, looking up here at the Ragavan list, it is also running a One Ring, no surprise. Really good in some of the aggro matchups. Nothing in here that I'm seeing right now that seems super new.
Very low
Stone
curve.
Rain. I like Stone Rain.
Yeah, turn two Stone Rain can be brutal.
Yeah, I think that being able to like just set your opponent back from having a kind of answer is really nice. Alchemy card. Okay, I like that as well. 3 damage that means hey block and your stuff will go down. It's a really good answer to those like 7 toughness and type things. It looks like a pretty standard list. This is interesting actually. This is something I didn't expect. Sword of Forge and Frontier. What are your thoughts on this being in a Ragavan list?
I like it. It's like cheap enough where you can still, get it in time early or get in play early, but then also the protection great in a mirror match. If we
Mhm.
see Ragavan face Azusa, that would be a pretty nice way to get past some green creatures. Um, but also, just out of all the swords on Arena, this might be my favorite one. I guess now we've got the blue red sword as well, which might be slightly better, but still, the two protections here are pretty key since red can struggle to get past larger green creatures sometimes, and this will solve that problem for you.
That's fair. I like it. My main concern is that it's still 5 mana to do anything, which is always like tough for me to justify in like an aggro list like that. But I guess the treasure from Ragavan does kind of upset that a little bit. Lo and behold, another one ring matchup.
And another Palantir.
Yeah, the Planter again. I'm not. Well, Planter makes more sense in a Kroxa list because you're trying to self mill. So it definitely makes your opponent actually think compared to the Jadar matchup because you can always try to like get your cards back in for your escape value, and you do potentially have a couple of ways to bring stuff back from the yard. Um, I kind of like this list a lot. It's kind of a weird, any list has Rod and Register, I'm already going to be like, let's go.
Yeah, Kroxa is another one of those pretty unique commanders. It kind of functions a little differently from most other decks.
Yeah.
Where you're not trying to keep your commander in play right away.
Nothing super, in here that I think is like very well. I guess okay. This is a little different. I kind of like this ambergris. Being in here is really nice because you can get that discard draw is pretty unique. I don't know how much you're specializing here. Maybe in the late game you can get doing some damage or killing a creature. I don't know. And then last, we'll go look at TSM's list before we get going. Also, still the One Ring. Okay. People are really high on it right now, but maybe for good reason. Could be something to watch out for.
Yeah, it makes sense in a Belmore list compared to Brawl. Belmore's
Yeah.
a lot more aggressive, so you can afford to take some damage.
Mm-hmm. So many one drops. One of the things I like for Balmor over Adeline is you're not restricted to just wizards. It's all creatures, and the innate trample can be really strong.
Yeah, whenever you see 1-mana wizard into turn 2 Balmor, or I mean any creature really into Balmor, is a scary start.
Yeah, I think I have nightmares of the game I played where it was turn 1 Ragavan, turn 2 Balmor.
Yeah.
I just cried. Interesting. Nothing too crazy here as well. The only cards I'm having to check out here are the ones I'm like, I don't know what that card does, and it's always an alchemy card. Which
Yeah, there's a
actually I
lot
kind
of
of like.
2-mana deal 4 damage in red
Mhm.
from Alchemy.
Ooh, I actually like more Marauder here too because you can get that first strike damage in, potentially draw a spell to cast before second strike damage comes in, and get lethal off that way.
Yeah, and Trample's also just nice to put on your double striker.
Oh yeah, winged words when your commander has flying as a 2-drop is also very nice. Yeah, I mean it seems pretty standard. The amount of lands he's running, 35. That seems about right for me. What do you think?
Yeah, when you have so many cantrips, you don't need to run 40.
All right, we are ready to move to the next matchup here for sure. They're asking to make sure we're ready. All right, let's move into it, y'all. We are ready with TSM versus Titan Lord. Pretty excited for this matchup. One I've been waiting for. Titan Lord did come out of to win his first matchup, made top 8 last time, I believe, as well. Both times piloting to Fairy, if I remember correctly. So I'm excited to see him kind of on something different with this Kroxa list. He was begging us not to do his game because his deck sucks, according to him, which is more the reason I have to do it. I know. We're gonna do it in a minute, though. We'll get to him. All right. So they are starting here. So this looks like a pretty good hand. Um, I actually really love um, one. The Ragavan player gets to go first, which is always good because you're gonna probably connect. Two, I actually really like Direfleet Daredevil into this mono blacklist because you're potentially going to be able to turn to duress your opponent,
Yeah, and that could take the 1 ring.
which would be really good for him here. Or he could go for the removal. I think the One Ring's probably the play because he doesn't have that many creatures, and that extra turn means he is going to get into Gary more than likely with the card draw.
And we also cannot
Oh,
take Murder Strider.
yeah. I could see a world where you take the blockers from Black Market Connections
Yeah, and that's what we see here.
because you know he's only got 3 mana in hand. Interesting. I guess he is going to connect and be able to skewer the critics more than likely. But he could look to save it. I don't know. Missing out on a land drop there was a little rough.
Yeah, that hurts.
Especially considering he's drawn like 2 of his top end already.
Just a good old 2/3 lifelink.
Pretty solid in the matchup. Thankfully, he is able to skewer. And opponent does draw the 4th land, so he can One Ring next turn. So I actually think that if Jadar can stabilize the turn after the One Ring, I don't know if it's necessarily with Gary or not. It might be.
Ooh,
Shieldred
that's
might be
a
better.
huge draw.
Yeah, that might be better.
Shieldred plus One Ring, feared in many formats.
Yeah, I'm feeling.
Although Warcrafting's an answer.
Warcrafting is an answer. Oh, baby. We got a game. I believe the Warcrafting was drawn after the Duress.
I believe so. Yeah. So we're going to the plant here. Mills of Thoughtseize.
Ooh, I like that pickup a lot. I think there's also a world where I might have dashed out the Ragavan there.
So we're going to see Cavalier into Gary to build up some devotion.
More lifelink coming out. I think you definitely kill. Yeah. 4 mana under the bone mat at this point.
Return those packages to sender.
Can keep them from blocking potentially 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. Is still 4 short. But could hide this on crop crasher. I don't know if you could. Okay. I guess he's gonna try to Chandra recast the Nefiris next turn. Then here he's Warcrafting.
Yeah,
maybe.
there was also the option of now if they block a 1/1 with Cavalier, you could Voltage Surge, deal 4 damage to finish it off. But of course, it's going to block the Shaman instead.
I like that. It does get back. What does it get back? I haven't remembered too much.
Yeah, there's nothing in the graveyard.
Perfect, because everything else was exiled. Aha! The
Meathook
one I was
Massacre.
thinking of is the 2/3, but it goes to the bottom of the graveyard or bottom of the deck.
And this is still the kind of modified Meathook, correct?
I believe so. Yes. No, I don't think the alchemy. I don't think some of the alchemy rebalance cards go through in friendly. I mean, this feels really good if I'm Ragavan right now. Yes, I know he has the One Ring, but like at the moment, I'd be like, cool, I can start making copies of my Direfleet Daredevil and pull stuff from your yard.
Yeah. Would be pretty solid if it weren't for that Meathook.
I still think Meathook's not the end of the world for him here, because you can just dash out the Ragavan again after he casts it. It's not great, but you are dropping him to 5. 7. So it looks like that is not the Alchemified either. Hopefully pull some nice here.
Big reveal.
Oof.
Just a land, it seems.
Yeah, so in Friendly Challenge, it does look like it does come to the original card versions, which is part of why 3 Fairy is banned, because it hasn't been changed to 4 Fairy.
And now you have to imagine that Grey Merchant's going to stabilize Jadar nicely.
Yeah, I think you're right. And you can't afford to keep losing life to the Plantar at this point. I do like that he has the Mep's enthusiasm. Plus, he can stone rain the land is nice. I mean, he's finding answers. I think I still would stone rain the land though here. Just
Faceless
for a
taken
potential
down.
blocker. So if you're Gennaro here, you probably take the ring as your protection from Ragavan, or do you take the Jadar plan?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Can also just flash in a blocker potentially.
Yeah. I mean, that was a pretty good draw. To be able to play a one drop there as well. Just maximizing your mana. Please never click lose life. Good
Ooh,
flyer.
Phoenix isn't bad.
Yeah.
Although I believe Buried Alive exiles.
I believe so as well. Okay. Got some plays. The Phoenix does, in theory, put him on like a 2-turn clock, I believe. So, because if he bumps 6/6, yeah, it should put him on a 2-turn clock, but I don't know if he's got that much time.
Eaten Alive, excuse me. Buried Alive is not on Arena.
I wish. I wish Buried Alive was on Arena. Well, you know what? They put some pretty crazy stuff in the most recent anthologies, maybe.
Maybe one day.
You know. It's still kind of wild to realize that I live in a timeline where Voice of Resurgence isn't a good card.
Yeah, times have changed.
All right, so that was a good first game with Gennaro coming in 1-0 at the moment. Let's go ahead and pivot over to Titan Lord versus TSM. Uh, yeah. Speaking of fun cards that are alchemified and still banned in our format, Winota is another one you guys can think about that you don't have to worry about, which makes me sad because Winota is awesome. I have it's like one of the only CEDH decks I have.
Yeah, that was a pretty exciting game. Ragavan on the play, got to connect, but didn't quite manage to follow it up. A couple missed line drops.
I think that's a tough matchup for Ragavan if Jadar can draw any of the life gain. We saw him having answers to them, but like there were still answers that had to be sold there, will not necessarily connect with everything. So
Yeah, we saw plenty of lifelink, Murderous Rider, Shieldred, Grey Merchant, and then I guess Meat Hook now too.
I'm gonna guess we're on game 2. It looks like Kroxa is 1-0 on the Balmor. Love the Stone Rain pickup. Yeah. Thoughtseize, Bolt, Stone Rain. This is a good hand. This is a good hand against aggro.
Yeah, both players seem to have solid openers.
Yeah, I mean, Blood Shoe Thirst 2 for the one drop. Oh, I don't even know. You probably Fairy Dragon here. Just try to keep your Balmor safe for the moment.
Yeah, Belmore maybe a little bit better if you can trigger it the same turn you play it.
I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna get rid of this now,
So planning to stomp here.
yeah, for sure. It will never. This is looking oppressive already. We're on turn 3, and already I would be like, okay, I'm gonna go next.
A languish draw. So no shortage of answers.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like since you have the language, you've got the fourth land. This is a great time to just rip apart their hand with Kroxa, maybe even Thoughtseize.
Yeah,
I don't
let
have any
them
other
commit
card draw.
Balmor, sweep it all up.
Mhm. And you can even play Tenacious Underdog too if you want to have something on board to be like, hey, I don't have a board wipe. I'm playing cards. What are you talking about? This list sucks. This is spice, man. This is. I would hate playing against this, which means it's probably really good. I don't know. There is a trick for anybody watching. If you ever want to play Historic Brawl and get some wins for the day, if you turn one Thoughtseize your opponent and just sit there for a second, they will almost always concede. It is a staggeringly high amount. Am I a bad
Does it
player?
also work with Inquisition?
Probably not. No, it probably does. It probably works for anything like that. But just something about Thoughtseize has like remove target player from the game. It'll happen in Moto as well. So a lot of people were just like, nope, not playing this anymore.
So what's the graveyard count? Do we have any clue? We cast a Thoughtseize.
Should be at 4. 5
Bone
with
Crusher went to
Kroxa.
exile.
Because it's the turn 1, turn 2 Bone Crusher, has Languish, Thoughtseize, and Blood Chiefs. So it should be 4.
Bobble's another one.
5. And I guess you could bolt. You can't bolt but oh,
Maybe saving Bolt for Den of the Bugbear as well.
Fabled Passage. That's what I forgot. Yeah, this one's looking over. 19 health, 0 cards in hand, top deck's a mountain.
Yeah, don't love Nox's chances here.
I'm trying if there's any way out. Anything he can do. And I'm looking at his list. And if he had like 2 or 3 creatures, I could see some sick rips off the top. It's got to be so disheartening when your opponent like Mishra bobbles you and it's just a land. Yeah, I think you can just commit everything to the board right now and feel fine. I might still bolt the 2/3. What about you?
Yeah, maybe that's one way you fall behind. And you know the coast is clear.
Because looking at his list, like, or maybe you use the Molten Impact and use Bolt Face next turn.
Yeah.
Oh no, pretty sorry TSM. Sorry we saw you this time, but I'm sure Balmar has really explosive games. But it kind of is what happens. You're playing these high risk, high reward aggro decks that are, do I go off or am I now choked out of the game?
Yeah, probably would have preferred facing an Azusa instead of a Kroxa.
Yeah. I think even might have been fine with regardless too. All right, other games that are happening around in the winners bracket currently. We are going to move over to Inkheart playing Atraxa versus Hazor playing Storm Conduit. Inkheart is currently up 1-0. And our other winners bracket round, nothing's been decided yet. Excited to kind of see that. I'm excited to see this. I want to see this Raul deck work. I think Atraxa might be its worst matchup, to be honest. Because you don't out top end Atraxa. It just doesn't happen. What do you think?
I do see the Rawl deck's got a fair amount of counter spells. That definitely helps. Just gotta prevent Atraxa from hitting the battlefield.
Thoughtseize, IOK, Dark Rit. This is an Atraxa's turn. okay this time of day.
Gotta speak in code.
And she understands better life. She'll go get her leash and bring it to me and like pop me with it with her face. And I was like, it's adorable, but also she's like a 50-pound golden doodle. She can move my chair if she wants. All right, pretty nice. Is 2 turns if he has card if he draws into it. And an Atraxa, which would be really nice. What do you take here? Probably the invert event, right?
What does invert event even do? It searches up a card
for an instant and a spell.
Yeah, I think I like taking big score.
I guess you've got a while. Espresso at the top is really good. I mostly figured because your IOK cannot hit invert event. I guess it can't hit big score either. So what do we get? Probably Time Warp or Epiphany or something. Into okay, it's not a combo. It's not a combo piece in here. I don't think it could be for the Opus from top for a game winner. I'm used to seeing invert and vent grabbing stuff like it just has increasing vengeance.
So hanging on to the Dovin's veto.
That's good. Could look to rip apart one more card here. If he does top deck a land, that is Atraxa next turn.
And the coast is clear.
Is this where you try to get upticking Tasha? You know you're only getting like Thing in the Eye, Snapcaster, or Brawl, so it's not like you're really. I guess you could get a Chandra Hope's Beacon, I believe. Is she just creature or creature and enchant? Or creature or planeswalker?
Let me double check.
Yeah, I'm used to her regular card.
Yeah, it's only creatures.
Never mind. You would still take like all 3 of his creatures though, and like in theory you could snap back something cool. Interesting that he's burning the Dark Rit here. I don't know how I feel about that. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, if we were gonna Dark Ritual, we could have done it the turn before and still gotten the Planeswalker down.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting that they're going for it now.
Especially when they have, like, honestly, kind of a stinker of a hand.
This fight will be relaxing compared to toiling over my don't try anything.
Especially with that Tasha. Like, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have his list pulled up. I would if I was in a tournament, but you know, not all.
I have some bad news.
Is milling your opponents a win condition with Tasha? I think it goes to the graveyard, so maybe that's the plan.
Give it your best shot.
Yeah. You need to do it twice though, because he has 3 creature cards. That said, I also am wrong since it's Storm Conduit. Invent does get a combo, so you go get your 2 copies. So you already have the Galvanic, which should be fine. You can grab like Time Warp and expansion.
I can find my way out of any predicament.
Because he just needs to minus Ral. It's like minus Ral. No, I think he actually has the Galvanic iteration. Galvanic expansion. Keep copying the expansion. Ral keeps doing it.
So it's also keeping Tasha in check.
Yeah. Until he goes for the combo.
Don't come any
Grabs cards, grabs
closer.
Increasing Vengeance, and Mizzix's Mastery? Interesting. I guess he doesn't need to worry of his opponent having the
This light strikes a lot more than twice.
Time Warp is brutal here, actually.
Yeah, this roll deck is going off now.
Yeah, it's really hard to come back from, I think. You do, in theory, when you get a turn
Oh,
back.
look at you,
How
all
deep?
brave. You
Well,
know I'm a brilliant
if your opponent
witch,
doesn't
right?
explode. Do you think he has to keep, so with 2 turns,
Like a bolt out of
copying External Overload will not win him. But
Is that an overloaded
He's-
Mizzix Mastery? Nice.
I will
interesting.
let
He also had the
you
route
die
to
regretting that.
Galvanic Iteration, the External Overload, and then Vengeance the Overload as well. Try to go for the win that way.
So, no to the Mastery. Strangle finishes off
Like-
Tasha.
Strangle here.
Oh, I'm not even a little upset.
Still in a pretty good spot. No counterspell, but I believe he can Magnum Opus. Yeah, to tap down lands. So if he does top lane, he can't play Atraxa.
So we're getting a bunch of copies.
Always a fan.
And I think we're...
Is this the... Yeah, this is
I
the...
think we're going infinite here, yeah.
Yeah. Just needed the copy. That is game number 2. Okay, so I forgot Increasing Vengeance does work. As long as you have the copy before you play it. Yeah, I love the fact that it takes use of like an unrepeatable stack mechanic, and is always really fun.
Yeah, it's kind of like a control deck with a combo finish, almost.
Yeah, which I'm always a fan of. And looking at his list, like it's not. There's a lot more ways to get more things added. It's one of the reasons we've seen a lot more things move to the, by example, style of copying, is so they can't abuse the stack to keep copying Browseric. It looks like they're still in game 1 for the Azusa versus Tamiyo matchup. So we'll continue watching game 3 here, because I'm sure we'll go to that one next. We'll have plenty of time. I figured that'd be a slow matchup. Neither one of those decks wins exceptionally fast. I also am
Is
really
there,
glad Inkart gave us one to watch. What were you saying?
Is there a Tamiyo emblem in play by any chance?
Let me go take a peek. If there is, I can't imagine he just would keep playing. Let's look here. There is a Tamiyo emblem in play.
Nice.
But did he get it? I don't know who just won. Oh no, he's in view browser. Okay, so there's a Fierce Empath. He's grabbing Limal. Interesting. With a absolute brutal amount of mana. And a Scoo Swarm. So like, I don't know what the Tamiyo player has in hand off the top of my head. Go look. He's not
In the
streaming.
meantime, Atraxa with what looks like a solid opener. Discard, we've got the Dark Ritual again. Now a Duress as well. So this counter spell is unlikely to stick around for long.
Okay. The game is absolutely wild. I mean, the no double blue source stuff means that you could look to take the expressive iteration instead.
Oh, there's a mana confluence now.
Never mind. It was on the side of mine. Like Bowmaster here. Even though the deck doesn't seem to draw an exceptionally large amount of cards. Like, it has some, but it seems like fewer than I expect. Like a combo deck.
Counter Duress.
Seems like the play. Because either he takes the counter spell, which is more likely, and he gets to see your hand.
Yeah, might as well deny the information.
Yeah, and you know your opponent's probably not gonna like the 2 life you're doing your opponent doesn't matter if you let the Thoughtseize go.
So are we keeping Mind Spike to maybe cast in the same turn as your commander? Or the turn before?
Well, now that you have the halfling, probably the
That
turn
helps.
or maybe even like before the halfling to try to protect it. I don't know.
It feels like kind of an uphill battle taking away the removal spells. Like,
Yeah.
I think as the Atraxa player, you're trying to mostly ignore the burn spells and then just kind of go over the top. So you want to try and take away the counter spells with your discard.
Iteration. Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. That you want to target counter spells first for sure. But I guess if he does draw a land here, he again has Dark Atraxa.
So no triple blue for a Snapcaster counterspell, assuming they can answer the halfling.
Sure. Again, the list is very interesting to me because it's kind of a lot in the 4-drop slot. It's one I want to visit later for sure to talk about. And honestly, very few planeswalkers as well. It really only runs the Ral and the Chandra Hope's Beacon. It seems entirely focused on the combo with the control. Like, it does not have another way to win. It's all in, which I think is really cool. Tails and big pickup. Because even if you can't counter the Atraxa, you can counter the Atraxa ETB, and that's a lot. Being a way to kind of like get back into the game. Do it. What are you doing it for?
Oh, did we miscount?
No.
Yeah, it's easy to count Dark Ritual as just +3 mana, but still gotta cast it.
That hurt. I mean, that's probably the difference between being in the top bracket and the bottom bracket right there. I can't imagine throwing away your only way to cast Atraxa for like the next 4 or 5 turns. That's definitely into counterspell, right? Oh, no, counterspell's got exile.
Oh, good point. I guess Mind Spike exiles.
I believe so, yeah. I think you kind of have to go for 1 Ringer Smite here, right? You need massive card draw. Maybe Narset? You're at 3 mana. Like, I just...
Correction, Mind Spike does not exile.
Get rid of the counterspell, though. It looked like he only had the one that popped up. He might have just selected it faster. He may not have needed the... And has a solve equation.
Hold this
Eve.
lightning rod? Thanks.
Go for the combo next turn.
Now there is an Assassin's
Needs 1 more mana.
Trophy to maybe blow up the combo, but it's not the prettiest answer.
Yeah, I mean, it can interrupt, which could be really big. It would cost him the solve, huge by example, and the increasing vengeance. I feel like if I have the Assassin's Trophy, I might wait for him to try the combo
Grenade.
first.
Lesson learned.
Because at this point, you're not doing anything to stop it. You're giving him more mana, and he can just recast Brawl.
Yeah, I guess they haven't seen the hand in a while, so they don't know about all the combo pieces.
Think you can beat me?
Even then, I feel like
Welcome to try.
is destroying Raoul, letting him scry like that big of a deal, or
Right.
is like potentially like making them spend 2 to 3 cards to go for the combo and then stopping it.
Yeah, but that's the main game plan for the Rawl deck.
Aim to take you out for
Waiting might indeed be slightly better.
Yeah, I guess I'm just more of like a. I want to make sure.
Just take a few extra turns.
Fair. Just a couple. Oof. Yeah. Is that 3 extra turns? I believe? Only 2. Okay.
Take
He has the
that.
mana. Okay. That is actually, I'm wrong. It has an alternate way to win. In
There's a storm
theory.
coming your way.
Get there with
The birds.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to imagine this is probably over.
Yeah, I mean, double solve is just getting the combo. Or just burn. It's one, too. Counterspell backup, maybe. Rip.
Don't worry.
Good game though. I mean, it comes down to I still don't think he had it. He did play the Dark Rip, but it would have been
Yeah.
closer.
Yeah, I don't think it would have been quite enough.
One of the things I'm noticing on this list, kind of your opinion on, is that yeah, it's running 42 lands, but I'm not seeing a lot of ramp.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by that as well. I would
we're gonna
expect
move
to see more explore type effects. There is a growth spiral.
Yeah. We're going to move over to the Myriad and Birthing Potter, Tamiyo and Azusa. But I'm with you. I'm interested to see more. I mean, it has like Delighted Halfling. It just felt like the card draw wasn't there. Like it really required you to get to that 7 mana. And I'm just not entirely sure it was a controlling enough deck to get there.
Yeah, just taking a glance at the deck, it seems to be kind of splashing green almost.
Mm-hmm.
More of a Esper control deck.
Interesting. But with not a lot of card draw either. All right,
Yeah,
we're moving
heavy
on.
disruption for sure.
I don't know. I like that though. I mean, it just shows one of the things we were talking about earlier with permutations, personal player preferences, things like that coming into play. I mean, the guy clearly made it to top 8, so he knows something. I don't.
Yeah, there's a million different ways of building your Atraxa decks.
Yeah, he did play Atraxa week 1 and 2, Ragavan week 3 and 4. The Rao player has only played Rao and did really well until week 4. Week 4, he got 0-3'd. All right. That's still saying I'm here. Looks like Birthing Potter crashed. We're going to take a second here, and we're going to go on to a deck review of the Tamiyo list. We're going to do that, and then we'll go in depth to the ones we haven't done a deck review on yet.
Yeah.
I think this is the last one, though. Surprising no one, first thing I noticed, the One Ring. So, what do you think right now?
Yeah, a lot of 1-drops, as you can see. You've got your mana creatures, but also a couple evasive 1-drops to try and leverage Tamiyo's +1 ability, so you can immediately draw a couple extra cards.
Yeah. I actually think two of the things that I'm in love with in this list are the Mausoleum Wanderer and the Judge's Familiar. I
Mhm.
really like creatures you can get value off the plus that can draw you a card, and then also effectively mana tithe your opponent. Like have that
Yeah,
threat out there is
those
so
seem
good.
great.
It doesn't look like I'm seeing a lot of proliferate effects. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean that's maybe the difference. You can go for the heavy one-drop approach. You can go for more +1 counter synergy. Don't know if there's a huge amount of overlap between the two.
Yeah, I'm definitely there. I think there's like the even just some of the more I don't know. I'm looking here in the 3 and 4 drop slot and the 2 drop slot. I feel like I would at least maybe put the contentious plan, I believe it is, in here. I don't know. It has a lot of counter spells in the 2 drop slot though too, and flash abilities. So it could just be trying to like get out 1 or 2 1 drops and control the board from there.
Yeah, it seems to be kind of playing almost like a fish deck. Just try and get some threats in play, and then just keep up your interaction.
Yeah, it seems like the Tamiyo ult might not even be the most important part of this deck. It seems like it might actually be using the +1 the most. Because there's not really anything you need to cast with an omniscience. Like, I mean, it's obviously good to have, but
Right, it's not trying to go crazy with card draw effects to then combo off.
mhm.
It's more trying to get incremental value.
And I mean, I'm gonna root for any deck that has Voice of Resurgence. One of my favorite things from Return to Ravnica. I'm gonna talk about this card a lot, man. I actually also like Pippin being in here. I think that uh, you know the removing from a card type versus a color is really good. And we are also now in game, so let's move over to that so we can actually watch them play in a second. Always fun working. I feel like I always need a third screen. All
All
right,
right,
so
there
we
we go.
are getting a Judge's Familiar. What's up? Let's go. I really like this hand. Outside of the fact I wish I had one more creature. Vornklex, it needs this hand needs like one more land from the easiest player, I feel.
Yeah, there's the Nissa sorcery to get some more.
Which I like. Uh I don't know. I don't know if I'm sold on that. That was an interesting like tempo play.
I mean, Titanium does have reach, so it does get in the way of your familiar.
That's true. And I guess you could in theory tuck with Teferi if you needed to. I don't know. I feel like with how many blockers you have, you also have a really good chance of like getting to Teferi's ult, which as well as probably just backbreaking.
Yeah, Tamiyo can help protect your Teferi, or the other way around.
Mm-hmm. Both feel good. What do you think you do as the Nissa player in this matchup?
You probably just want to try and get to your big Eldrazi as soon as possible. Can't counter those cast triggers at least.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we saw Miracle being really important in the first matchup with Myriad, and I think that it'll be just as important with this one. I am working on pulling up their data. Okay, so we talked about Myriad earlier. Obviously, a season 3, 6, and 8 finish in the top 8. And then Birthing Pod, season 4, 6, and 8 in the top 8. Actually was third place in the tournament and sixth place in the tournament the last time he was here. I think he's trying to break into the finals finally. And, honestly, this is a pretty good list to do it with.
Yeah, Tammy is one of those commanders. Haven't tried myself yet, but definitely looking forward to it, trying it now.
Yeah, I think I played the big swingy play everything 8 costs and higher. I thought was cool. and then like a lot of like ways to solve the board. Are there any cards that you haven't seen from like maybe a historic list or the new Explorer anthology
The
that hasn't been included?
anthologies. Good question. It almost felt like the Explorer anthology was basically another historic anthology.
Yeah,
Definitely seemed to add more for historic Brawl than anything else.
I agree. Oh, I can't
So,
carry any.
yeah, good time to be playing historic Brawl on Arena.
Yeah, I think if there was anything I liked that I did see in some of the lists is the lands. I think the lands are really good, having those options for utility. I am surprised I don't think I saw Cyclonic Rift in any of the lists.
Hmm. Yeah, that's definitely one of the cards I was most looking forward to adding to my blue decks.
Yeah, and I mean I don't know, I feel like I don't know, it was top of my list for things I think are really good. Because even if you don't overload it, 2 mana instant speed to a threat is never bad.
Yeah,
It's never
alright.
a bad floor. To I guess 7 mana just sends me back to the Stone Age. Thinking of other things. I think the main things we saw in this were voice, the lands. There was another card. I gotta look it up.
Stern Scolding also a card we've seen in a few decks now. What are your thoughts on it?
I love it. I don't know if it necessarily needs to be in a lot of the decks that also have access to blue. I don't know if it necessarily beats out a lot of what those do. But you know, obviously Adeline's banned, but I think it's absolutely nutty in some of these decks that like want to get an early game plan going, like Adeline, Tajik, things like that, and then want to keep a grip on like the board, and so they want to make sure that they can get board wipes, creatures that can block. I kind of like it in this list because it's 2 mana counter ish. That since this is a very creature focused deck, is really nice. I'm still not, I don't know, 100% sold. I did expect. Oh yeah, okay. Judge's Familiar is actually one of the cards that got added. I forgot about that.
It was in the latest anthology.
Yeah. And then Cord.
I guess you were
which I
talking
feel like
about
I've used this
Reprieve
list.
there.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's another card we see here in the Tamiyo list as well.
What was the card you were asking about?
Stern Scolding. It's the 1 blue mana counter a smaller creature, basically, with power or toughness 2 or less.
Oh, sorry. Both Lord of the Rings cards. I like that one a lot. I think it's really good into the aggro matchups. Like it's a good answer to Ragavan.
Yeah, especially if you get to keep up a blue mana.
And you know that's going to be something that's going to be seen a lot. So it feels pretty like, I don't know, why not? It's kind of like a wash away.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's just very few reasons not to include it.
Yeah, I feel like it also hits a decent amount of 3-drops. Like thinking of the Azusa deck, counters almost all of them.
Yeah, I mean it gets your Oracle effects as well, which are really nice. Obviously, I think that there's a lot of utility pieces it hits as well. So if you're, you know, I don't think it's ever going to be a bad card. 1 mana answer potentially. I feel like the worst matchup I think here. Well, I don't think it has any bad matchups here. Because absolute worst case scenario, it's a 1 mana counter for Azusa, Jadar, most of Jadar's list.
I guess it's not the best against Atraxa.
Ah,
but even there, it's got a few mana creatures, I suppose.
Yeah, I was like, I think that it's never. I'm not thrilled if I draw it, but I think there's enough like small utility creatures in the Atraxa list. Ral is the list that's bad against. Which he
Not
might
too
have
many
to go
creatures
against
there.
next.
Although you could still get a Snapcaster Mage, I guess.
Yeah. The one of 3.
So this game seems to be going in Tamiyo's favor.
Which is good. Could see a game 3. Do you think it'll be tough to stabilize if they can't find a Ghost Fairy. And looking at their hand, I just don't think they have it outside of getting to the Summer Pool.
Yeah, the Azusa player just needs to start trying to double spell, and they weren't quite there yet for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, between Tamiyo and Teferi, it's pretty easy to keep one creature in check.
Yeah. I would really like to see Sleep Spellbinder come out. Tucking it, really? Okay. So he's going all in on the I'm going to aggro.
Yeah, I think they might have lethal here. Adeline has a lot of damage.
Fair enough, yeah. That's a game 3, though, which is good. We'll control the board with a creature-based strategy, which, I mean, I don't see a lot of creature-based Tamiyos, so I'm really excited that it's showing up. Considering how control has kind of dominated the meta in recent seasons, I'm just excited for any big change.
Yeah, it's also just a nice mix having a planeswalker as your commander, but at the same time having all these cheap creatures, so you can try and get a board presence going early, but at least if there's some sort of board wipe, you might still have your planeswalker left over.
And I also think there's something to be said about playing some of these decks on ladder. Obviously, you're going to be in Hell Queue for pretty much everybody here except for Jadar and Azusa. I can confirm Balmor is straight up there in Hell Queue, and I don't know why. But
And what about Tamiyo, though? I feel
Tamiyo
like
is
faced Tamiyo a decent amount of times, even with lower power commanders.
So she's in that weird bracket where like if it generally tries to parry up with stuff like Atraxa and above, so it's not quite in like the full on Hell queue, but it isn't traditionally in the higher powered cube. I've actually played a lot of this Tamiyo list yesterday, and I came into a pretty stupid amount of Adeline matchups. Weirdly enough, I think I played like 12 games and like 4 of them were Adeline. So do with that we will.
Yeah, the matchmaker has some weird quirks sometimes.
I feel like it's because you have a limited number of people like at any given time as well. That like at some point it's gonna match you outside of the queue. I know I'm not fine with saying that Tamiyo's in low queue, but I don't know. I rarely see Tamiyo when I'm playing like absolute jank. I do see a ton of Atali though.
Yeah, Atali's pretty popular.
I mean, it's Atraxa with simpler instructions, right? Ramp gets my commander, do thing.
Yep.
I love the Thought Sphere. You might take a land or Scoot Swarm, but like I love the Thought Sphere.
I mean, a Tamiyo deck could struggle to deal with the Swarm.
Yeah, I looking for board wipes real quick here.
I think it's mostly trying to fly over the Swarm.
Yeah, it doesn't have any real answers if you can get it outside of double countering it on the stack. Or double removal.
So we have a terrace in the graveyard.
Dropped the player view swapped on me. I looked back around and got confused from this to the last game. My bad, y'all. I mean, it's looking really good though.
Yeah, Zeus are probably thrilled to pick up that extra land.
Yeah, and anytime my opponent's playing a Beseiju though, rather than channeling it, I'm pretty happy though.
Usually means it's their last land in hand.
Yeah. No fetch, but does have a harmonize. So if you drew a land here, do you harmonize or do you scoot land drop?
Close call.
Because you could scoot. Scoot.
With a fetch land would be nice.
Yeah, you have a Ghost Quarter, I think is what that is. So
and there's also the terrace in the graveyard.
tough. I think you could do a setup turn though. Like you could fetch twice this turn, I believe, and get an absolutely massive Scoot Swarm next turn.
I'm looking at the mana base of the Tamiyo deck. They've got 4 plains, 1 island, 1 forest. Just in
Ghost
case
Quarter.
Ghost Quarter wants to go crazy here.
I mean, I'm here for it. I think that well, it's tough to say. On the one hand,
Sure.
like after what 3 turns,
See, I could potentially take them off green. Only 1 forest, and it's already in play.
and only 1 island too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, I hope they have the list open. I hope all of you have the list of your opponents open. You know, did you? I remember back when I was doing PTQs, I would have like I was that guy that had the notes that would write down what you're playing, so I know what for game 2 and 3. I hated it. I mean, I loved it, but I hated it.
Yeah, open deck lists are kind of blessing in disguise, but at the same time, I kind of like, as a deck builder, just having that surprise factor going into a game.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely I think a ooh. He has a lot of options here. I am so here for it. Oh, he can't fetch a bunch with the because doesn't it have the other effect? You can play from the graveyard, but doesn't it go away?
Yeah, let me double check Conduit's rules text. So it says you may play lands from your graveyard. So yeah, you should be able to loop the same fetch land over and over.
Okay, it's the second ability that you can only do once. Okay, the non-land part. I can't remember if I had to do. I remember there was something wonky with Conduit of Worlds.
So now we've got Scoot Swarm and a bunch of copies in the same turn.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think I would hit the forest if I'm the Azusa player.
So he can't hit the forest, I don't think, because I think isn't that only non-basic?
Oh, is it? Yeah, it might be.
Not 100% sure. No, I think Ghost Quarter might be any land.
Yeah, Ghost Quarter's any land, indeed.
It's the other ones that are non-basic. I think you're right. I think you hit that forest. Oh, now you definitely hit the forest.
Trying to take them off blue.
He might not realize he only has the 1 forest.
Yeah, usually you're more used to seeing these green-based decks with multiple forests to search up. But in this case, it's 4 plains, 1 island, 1 forest.
Still might just take him off blue here. Oh, this is just gross. Yeah, I think he definitely isn't the deck list up, because if he did, I think you'd get another land there. Because, yeah, he has options in his hand, but...
Yeah, I don't think the Azusa deck needs to cast another spell to win this game.
You can keep it in hand. Maybe if the up a 1 ring. Yeah, Scoot Swarm on its own is enough. Well,
Yeah, no board wipes, no cyclonic rifts to draw towards.
that should be it. We're just going to slowly watch him get choked out of the game, which I'm always a fan of. When mono green is getting there with controlling your land base, big fan.
Another card that might have been able to save them is something like a Declaration in Stone, but it's also not present in their deck list.
Yeah. They really I don't think anybody checked for Zusa, to be honest. I don't think anybody saw it coming. I think it's definitely the dark horse deck. Looking here, I don't see a lot of people have played it at all this month. I think it looks like the main reason, if I can guess, is he might have swapped to it partially due to the fact he can go over the top of a lot of the aggro decks. Azusa really only needs to be down once or twice. 3 mana, get 2 lands in play is pretty good.
Skyclave dealt with the Conduit here, but still plenty of lands in hand to enable Scoot Swarm.
Hmm.
And then the Nihilia's Intervention could get some more.
Yeah.
But what we really want to see is a turn with Oracle of Moldiah in play.
Yeah, I think you're fine taking the 5. I mean, you can't have a choice right now, I guess, but. Hmm. Yeah, you've got 2 turns that way. You still have the world under because it's devoid.
Yeah, they might just deal with Skrelv here if they get the chance. Because that's maybe one way you lose with the protection from green.
Well, and world under can also block.
Right, being devoid. So even if they Tamiyo safekeeping Skrelv, they would still have a nice blocker left.
Yeah. Well, I get Demetria's factory as well.
Good point.
Just Alexi Drip. I mean, this is 2 turns ish. And now
Yeah,
2 different
this,
ways to attack. Yeah.
If Scoot Swarm gets another turn, it's game over for sure.
I think this is the moment where I Desolation Field the Dream Root, though, before I do anything else.
Yeah,
Make sure
there's
they're
no
off
more
your mana.
islands. And should have the mana for both.
Mm-hmm.
As it turns out, it's not the blue mana that makes a difference here, but there's a safekeeping instead. All right, they're going to go for the lane now.
That's fair. I think the fact that you have the both your mana removal down anyways, so if you go for the safekeeping.
And then now they have both Mishra's Foundry as well as World Breaker on defense.
Mm-hmm. And if you wanted to avoid the life gain, which I don't think you need to, you could still destroy in response.
Yeah, maybe what we're looking at here.
Yeah, I didn't think about how much redundancy has been put into Arena in the last year for Crucible effects. We got
There's
the Unearthed one.
5 now, I think.
Yeah, just in the last year even. So I think that's really interesting to see. And I think also now that we have all the Eldrazi, and I'm not going to say that I don't think that Court of Calling hurts. Court of Calling is a great card, especially in the control matchup. And the One Ring. So I'm wondering if it could just be kind of like the perfect storm for Azusa to kind of start getting better and more popular. Definitely a strong showing so far this tournament. Do you think 53 lanes is correct, though? 55 with MDFCs.
Yeah, I should double check what numbers I've run in the past, but I'm definitely a fan of 50 plus. Not exactly sure on the details there, but yeah, that does it.
And that is our game number 3, just barely under time as well, with our round number 2. So what we're gonna do now, I'm looking at our brackets. We now have actually it should be a really exciting matchup. Myriad piloting Azusa versus Hazor piloting around Storm Conduit as our winners finals that we'll actually watch here first. Then we have Inkheart on Atraxa versus Gennaro making a run up as Jadar. I think looking at this Atraxa list, Jadar has a really good shot if he doesn't get board wiped. And then Birthing Potter on Tamiyo versus Titan Lord on Kroxa. Also a good matchup here for both of them. I feel like Titan Lord might struggle with the early presence of the Tamiyo deck, but could also rip apart any of the important spells and control the board that way. Any of these matchups you're thinking are going to be pretty explosive, or what do you think?
Yeah, the Tamiyo Kroxa matchup should be very interesting. It's all gonna boil down to the opening hands, of course. But yeah, if Tamiyo can get on the board quickly, I can see them kind of taking over, and then Kroxa not maybe mattering as much with all the card draw. But yeah, with a few well-timed removal spells, that could easily swing in Kroxa's favor.
Perfect. Well, I know LVD, you're going to be back to cast our final rounds, our total finals, and the losers bracket finals here in about an hour or two. Anything you want to say before you go? Before you take a
No,
break?
thanks for having me, and I'm looking forward to the finals.
For sure. Thank you. We're going to take a brief break, guys. When we get back, I'll be here with I'm Not Fine, coming back in to cast the next couple rounds, and then we'll get into some more of that historic brawl action. Hater, hider, hoder. We
Hello.
got I'm Not Fine joining us here for our next couple of rounds to help finish out the day. You've been keeping an eye on we've been playing on so far, right?
Oh yes, absolutely. I've also behind the scenes tested with a bunch of these players with the matchups, built decks with them. So I'm like, I know all the lists and I know the matchups, and I'm pretty excited. And so far, the most surprising outcome has been Azusa versus Tamiyo, because traditionally Tamiyo is extremely hard to interact with Azusa. So if you have interaction on turn 1 to 3, as the Tamiyo player and just drop your commander, it is really hard for the Azusa player to stop your Tamiyo from ulting it. At that point, it is basically game over.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there too. And obviously, real quick, let's go into the matchups so we can kind of talk about them briefly. We have Azusa versus Ral, which I'm really excited about. Atraxa versus Jadar, and then the one we're gonna cover first here is Tamiyo versus Kroxa. Looking here at our matchup, we have obviously Titan Lord has been pretty new to the scene, but taking season and 4 and 5, he was a champion in third place with a Teferi, coming back in, ranking out 4 in the beginning of the season. Birthing Potter on Tamiyo, also, still been here. Season 4 and 6 coming in here, taking third and sixth in the big tournament, ending season 4 rank 1, which is really nice. But losing to, this is a fun historical matchup because Titan Lord actually is one of the people who knocked Birthing Potter down into the lower bracket and helped to end his run in season 4. I think this is the next time they've met in tournaments. I'm really excited to see that. So it's kind of like a historical just matchup to see who's going to knock that person out of the fight. Is there anything in this matchup for the deck list that you think we should watch out for?
I think it's pretty interesting because the Kroxa deck at its core is just like your classic Rakdos mid-range list, right? And then on the other side, we have this flash tempo game plan. And traditionally, if a Rakdos mid-range list can deal with the threats and card advantage engines on the other side of the table, if you're against tempo, it is looking really grim. But at the same time, Tamiyo can have some nut draws that Kroxa absolutely cannot answer. So I think this matchup can go either way.
No, I'm with you there as well. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the actual decks before we get started. Let's start with Kroxa, because I think we just saw Tamiyo, so I'm really refreshed on this one. You're right. I mean, it does kind of seem very stock aggro, Rakdos style, with a good amount of hand hate, some small board control. The one thing I think is important to note is that it does not have a ton. It's got Brotherhoods and Sweltering Suns as its main ways to wipe the board, which I think is really good in Tamiyo if you can draw into them. But I think if it misses out on those two cards, the Tamiyo deck could potentially go wide enough and get those card draw off with Tamiyo to start kind of choking out the Kroxa player. Because, like, you can't fight that card draw every game, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I think that is the biggest factor going into these matches. How many cards is Birthing Potter able to draw from the plus ability of Tamiyo? I think that is the core question here, because generally 1-for-1, like if you just trade 1-for-1, Titan Lord will always win the matchup 100% because the average card quality in that deck is just ever so slightly higher because they run way fewer 1-drops. Like Tamiyo plays a 1-drop, Kroxa plays a 2-drop. Tamiyo plays a 2-drop, Kroxa plays a 3-drop on average. Like if you just look at the cards between the decks, so you really need to leverage the insane amount of cards you can draw with the Tamiyo ability.
No, I totally agree. I think one of the things I'm worried about in this list, especially, is that there aren't a ton of ways to deal with a planeswalker. If should she actually like drop in, like you have to kind of get there via combat. I think that could be daunting without giving your opponent an absolute ton of value.
Well, another way to deal with Tamiyo's plus ability is by just not letting the opponent have any creatures to plus on. Once Tamiyo is in a spot where she needs to plus the opponent's creatures, yes, that still draws 1 or 2 cards, but it is going to be quite troublesome and not sustainable in the long run.
No, I totally agree. Let's take a peek at the Tamiyo list real quick here as well. Nothing, super different than we talked about earlier. Obviously, you can just take a quick peek at the sheer amount of 1-drops in there. Are there any you'd like to bring up? Obviously, I brought up Mausoleum Wanderer and Judge's Familiar that might not be as important in this matchup. What is some of the one-drop things you're looking to see, or anything in the deck you think will be really big here?
So, just a like brief history lessons. Tamiyo Tempo, I was initially pretty low on the deck because I used to play a ton of Rigo Tempo, which is basically also banned Tempo, but with ninjas. But what you can do in Tamiyo is you play fewer one drops than in Rigo, whereas Rigo went upwards of like 30 one drops.
Yeah.
And you have slightly more, you have slightly larger threats in your 2-drop and 3-drop slot in this deck. But I think like if we ignore the mana base for a sec, which is like not great at all in historic Brawl, Tamiyo just has like insane starting potential. Like if you go turn 1 Ladder Wolves and then turn 2 Pippin, that is like really annoying to remove, but it has to be removed. Plus hold up like a mana tithe to interact as well. And then it's just like turn 3, don't even play Tamiyo, just like play purely at instant speed with Spell Quellers and Vendilion clicks. And like the curve is like all these one drops basically create a critical mass of great openings, right? Like if you can get a great opening, it doesn't really matter if you move to 6 or 5. If you have a strong opening, you will get all those cards back with your Tamiyo Plus ability.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're waiting on fetches, which could still be something that comes in. But I do
confirmed by the end of this year, by the way.
Perfect. Yeah, because I know we're getting most everything for it. One of the things I want to point out is that actually he handled it really well. The amount of green in this list is very low, which whether you agree with or don't, yeah, you can get it for the one of the 3 mana dorks or 4 mana dorks is really good. Outside of that, most of the green doesn't have to come out immediately. You know, you're not necessarily looking to drop everything the turn it comes out. Out of choices in it though, so I like that he primarily reduced it down to blue white. So if you do end up kind of like missing green, you're not completely screwed. Though I do want to bring up something you're interested in. I'm personally very intrigued by is the Asika's Chariot. I didn't know this first time going through. How do you feel about this in this kind of like tempo list?
So Birthing Potter and I discussed this deck list quite a bit, and I have a few differences to my ladder version, and Asika's Chariot is one of them. I think Asika's Chariot is bad in big mana matchups where you'd rather have something that plays at instant speed or just draws a ton of cards to get into more interaction against big mana. Asika's Chariot, however, is great against aggro, and aggro is very prevalent in the league. And yeah, it is just a really, you're basically never 2 for 1, 1 for 1 in the Seeker's Chariots. This is just impossible. So like in these grindy matchups, it is great, and against aggro it is great, but it is not as good against like combo matchups and not as good as other cards in big mana matchups. Where in the public queue I wouldn't necessarily run a Chariot, but in a tournament like this, it is a very real consideration.
Well, I think it's important to know as well that we don't have the Alchemy Chariot either.
Yes.
This is the regular chariot makes 2 2/2s instead of 1. But yeah, I think it's an interesting kind of note. I like that. I do also really like the addition that this one got from the new anthologies. Voice Resurgence, talked about it again. Big fan of that into the control matchups, as it can really just kind of like bap things. And Vendilion Click, I think, is really good, actually.
Well, Click is amazing, but the best one is Giver of Runes, honestly.
Yeah.
It is insane for a deck like this, because you want the critical mass of 1-drops, and it is like, even if the opponent has an attacker like to get in on your Tamiyo, it is just super hard to get around the blocker plus Giver of Runes, because you just give protection and you just don't care. You can give something else protection to get through, draw your cards that way. So there are a lot of applications with the card like Giver of Runes.
Yeah, I mean, Giver of Runes is up there with like other Pippin and Scroll type effects, which are really important to a deck like this to protect their pieces when they're out. And I think there definitely is a critical mass level when it's getting there. I mean, the deck in a year getting Pippin and Giver of Runes is really big. And eventually, when it does get Mom, like
likely never.
I would not actually say likely never. I do think it's one of those ones that like is on the list at some point, I'm sure. because they're going to want to expand more and more. But I am excited to get into the games. Are we ready to go?
Yes, we are ready to
Let's
go,
get
I
started
believe.
with Birthing Potter and Titan Lord.
So they are already set up.
Pretty excited to see. They've been talking shit, it looks like.
Obviously.
Looks like it was good luck, yeah. I really like this hand from Titan Lord, actually. I think the Bloodchief Thirst, that's Mind Spike is really good.
Yep,
The Shoulder's
additional
Edict.
information. And Chandra, if we ever make it to turn 6, Chandra is going to be really annoying.
Yeah, huge board wipe, can't be countered, because it will wipe pretty much everything in Tamiyo, or it can start a clock.
Oh,
It's
yes,
hard
absolutely.
to answer, and it's going to like require this to be answered. And
So
on
we're
the
gonna
flip side, Patchwar's Humiliation can be really interesting if you play it on the Kroxa. He
Oh,
didn't
yes.
leave it open for this one, but you can do it because it'll still have the sacrifice trigger. You can
Yes.
patch rares right there, and then it means they have to put it back in their command zone if they want to wipe it,
Yes.
because it will no longer have escape.
But I don't think against, like, I would rather discard the Patriot's Humiliation in a matchup like this, because the card, like, just going 1-for-1 on cards at the very least is so important. So, and we're likely going to see just Swamp, I'd imagine, into Liliana, or because they only have like two draws to get a spell pierce, but instead they decide to go for the Kroxa instead.
I think this is fine because like if you're not gonna minus Liliana at this point, and
You are
what
going to plus it on the 1/1, so it dies, and they can't attack with the Tamiyo.
Oh, that is a different Liliana.
Yes,
than
that
I-
is. No, that is. This Liliana has a +1 ability, so enters with 3 loyalty, +1. Target creature gets -2/-0 until your next turn, and then -2 is mill 3 cards and put a creature card from your graveyard to your hand.
Yeah, I mean it kills the one, which is really nice, and starts ticking up, and could
Oh,
even be.
my bad.
This is -2, -1.
No, but my
Liliana the
bad.
last scope.
Yes, last stop. No, but my bad. They didn't have the double black. I thought they had an additional black source, but they don't.
No worries. I also think that it's good to kind of build that. The Emperor here is an interesting play, because I feel like you're field of ruining anyways here. You're keeping your opponent down. I actually think that double blue, you know, they did it probably for their temporal.
Yes. But now you're kind of in trouble because you're looking at an incomplete mana base.
Yeah, you really were betting on that treasure for a lot there. We also know that they only have access to the one basic of blue and white.
Yep, blue and green. They
Blue
have
and green,
4 white
sorry.
source.
4 white. So grabbing a white source here is very interesting. But obviously their deck is primarily blue and white, so it makes sense why they would do that.
Yes.
Interesting to see. Obviously, there is a little bit of control here. They do need to draw another land in the next 2 turns. I think they're going to be in a really good spot.
Decides to not use the Sheoldred's Edict whatsoever, which they're going to get punished for because this Emperor will get another ability here. But maybe they decide, hey, I'm just going to say sacrifice a token, and we're all good, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely tough to say because you can get rid of that and you can kind of double up on that, but I'm not sold. I think he's trying to wait. I think he didn't want to necessarily edict here because he was trying to hopefully get to his Chandra and was hoping he might try to diversify damage.
Yep.
But
decides to let them sacrifice a creature.
So instead of having a minus Chandra, I think he can now open up the Liliana.
Yes, now you can Liliana plus this turn, and then next turn you minus Liliana and have enough fodder to escape Kroxa.
Mm-hmm. And depending on their land draw, they might not even want to. They could probably just go for the uptick, trying to get to the ult potentially in this matchup.
Yes.
Especially considering they have the Chandra on backup here too, because they can start using Liliana's uptick to deal with things. that come out? Because next turn we'll probably see another 2/2. I imagine come out from Wandering
Yes, and
Emperor.
then I'd imagine that at the very least, this Chandra is going to hit the board, and that is going to be just extremely troublesome.
Is probably the. I mean, it's still interesting. I think the game is still not out of Breaking Potter's hands yet, because he
Yeah.
did thankfully draw into another land there. It is a green source. You can play Tamiyo next turn potentially, which could be really big. Just because he doesn't have a direct answer to the Tamiyo yet, and that could let him get the Karn's Temporal Sundering off. I don't know. There's definitely a line.
So decides to minus on the Wandering Emperor. So Wandering Emperor is gone. Now they have an 0-1, and they can't really do anything. It will stay an 0-1 as long as they don't present another creature and this Liliana stays on the field. So even if you play Tamiyo here, it might just die to the Chandra. But that would be a 1-for-1 trade that you might not even willing to take. Even like given that you can't just escape Kroxa. And yes, Kroxa can get Patriot's humiliation, but that doesn't really do anything at this point.
I mean, it's the same point. You still have the down tick for it to get it back up if you want to, but I think at this point you're at 5 on Lily. They have no other creature in hand. You don't know they have the Karn's Temporal at this point. The Patriarchs, which means that you could look for it here. I like I think it's Collective Brutality, correct?
Yes, collective brutality indeed.
Big fan of that, especially here. But I don't know. What do you think? Um, Obviously, they could go for the hand hate. Maybe I don't know if it's worth discarding the Sign in Blood for it.
I think you have just a ton of options here. Yeah, it looks like they're going to start on minusing the token. And at this point, you might just want to look at their hand. You know you're gonna get at least one card with the Patriot's Humiliation, and like it doesn't matter if the other card doesn't hit, as long as you get the Patriot's Humiliation, it is really really good. You can decide to just get Kroxa back into the hand, or just Kroxa stays in graveyard and exiles a bunch of cards. Would have loved to just find another creature here to get into hand with Liliana, obviously. But,
Yeah, I'm okay. So I like the Kroxa play. I also think just upticking Liliana for the ult with picking their hand with the Collective Brutality could be good here too. I don't know.
Yep.
Definitely a tough play. I personally think I would have been more curious because he's gonna probably look into it. Maybe I don't know. Do
we're gonna
you
see.
take extra turn here for the Karn?
Oh, you absolutely take that extra turn. You're so behind on board. It just has to be a temple play. So now you present. You at the very least threaten the Tamiyo next turn. So if you top deck a time warp,
Yeah,
that is so good.
Yes. And I really think the Crocs player, like I think Titler's being punished for kind of greeting for Croxa over potentially looking for the ult. Because right now, where's the answer that Tamiyo can present? Because I think making him have to bounce a Liliana
that's so good.
is so much worse for you. Well, he won't get it. If it helps.
Yeah.
I don't think.
The thing is, now you have to island cycle this and play land, because otherwise Kroxa just comes down and discards it.
Yeah.
Because Kroxa says each player, not target player. So it doesn't target, and that means the one ring doesn't protect you from it.
Yeah, and thankfully, yeah. I mean, I think that I don't know. I think greeting for the Croxa is definitely there. He does still have at least the minus on Chandra to keep Tamiyo in check from ulting.
Yes, absolutely. But at this point, Tamiyo is too far behind. You can alternate between Chandra +2 and minusing Tamiyo to just keep the loyalty on each planeswalker basically neutral.
I think Tamiyo's at 7 right now, correct?
Yes, you have to at least shoot a couple points of damage here at this Tamiyo. Probably just leave your Chandra at 1.
I think you'd only fire 1. I believe the Chandra's down to 1 loyalty.
Yes. And now you get to minus again. There's no creature still. And yeah, you It's punishing you that you are running colorless lands in your very intensive two color deck at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it for sure. Um, Also, the amount of double pips in black. I didn't look at the. It looks like a pretty even split for black red in the deck. I imagine because you want to make sure you're hitting 2/2 for that Kroxa play. But the just looking here at his list, the amount of like double red and double black pips is really high.
Yes,
Like
absolutely.
even some triple pips too. Um, that I think is very interesting to kind of think about uh, the list and like how even in two color like you're getting incredibly ousted by your own mana base.
Oh yes. So now, Birthing Potter has all the options. This Tamiyo is basically guaranteed to ultimate at this point. Like this collective brutality will look into the opponent's hand. That will likely eat a memory lapse just as a temple play because the memory lapse gets taken anyways.
Yeah.
You get to bounce the Gorger, the 3/3 lifelink menace, with the Brazen Borrow, and then you get to flash in the Brazen Borrow to kill Chandra or kill Liliana. I would imagine um, that well, you have to kill one of them, and then the other one is going to kill the Brazen Borrow. That's the sad part, but not much you can do about that.
Yeah. And honestly, I think if it really does come back down to it, I think if Titan Lord doesn't greed for the Kroxa, the game's his at this point because he'd have the Liliana emblem constantly applying threat at this point. That said,
Yes.
Tamiyo still has to try to find a way. Yeah, they'll have the emblem, but what are they going to do with it?
Yeah. So now your only option at this point is to just redeploy a threat. You could go Kroxa, you could go Liliana plus discarding Kroxa, which would probably be the same, if not more efficient. And then
I like it because it puts you back on board. You can also play the 7 mana, but I mean, an Omniscience with a One Ring out is pretty
oh yes,
scary.
I think that is a very losing position for Titan Lord here.
Yeah. Um, really, I don't know. Again, it just comes down to forcing the minus on the soldier instead of on the Tamiyo. Down ticking the Liliana twice now, and being punished for it by not having a creature in the graveyard to grab either time, except for the Kroxa.
You could have also just grabbed the Kroxa, play Collective Brutality, strip them of the Patriot Simulation, and then force them to discard the extra turn, and that would
Yep.
have also been a very
Did not have the black pips for it to do both in the same turn.
yes, you would have, because you don't flashback Kroxa, you bring it back to your hand, and then it only costs 1 black.
Okay, I stand corrected.
So, which Planeswalker are you taking out here with the Brazen Borrow? 3 Planeswalkers are looking at you. Which one do you take?
Chandra.
Chandra? Yeah, that has to be Chandra, right? It's the only board wipe here.
Yeah, and the burn. Chandra upticking and combined with the One Ring that I'm going to have to be drawing cards from. It drops me as the Tamiyo player down to like a 3-turn clock.
Yep, indeed. So,
though I do probably recast my Tamiyo here.
Oh yes, absolutely. You always recast the Tamiyo. That's a Tail's End that can deal with one of the Planeswalker abilities. There is an Esika's Chariot, and Chariot is great here in a spot like this.
Yeah. No, yeah, this is really solid. Double counterspell, a spell queller as well. I personally really like spell quellering a Kroxa here because
it's so nasty.
Because when he gets it back, it immediately sacks itself anyways because it escaped. So you get just a lot of value there.
Yeah, not only that, but you also get a bunch of cards out of the graveyard.
Yeah, that or they put it in their command zone and oh great, same thing. Like, no, this is
Skyclave is such a great drawing now.
Yeah, and I definitely would take. I'd probably fine with the Lily of the Veil. I think I'd leave Lily of the Veil at that point.
Yes, take the Last Hope because Liliana of the Veil just does nothing. Plus ability, great. I just have so many cards to discard to. and Edict. Look at my board.
Yeah.
So that was
Like,
a
I got
very
rid of cat.
convincing win from Birthing Potter here.
I don't know if I want to call it convincing. I do think it could have come down to a misplay from Titan Lord as well. I think that he's just not used to ever thinking about Liliana Last Hope's emblem being a win condition.
Nice.
Because like it would have been.
Oh yeah, this would have
Tamiyo
been
has no board
definitely
wipe.
again. You could. I think there were lines where you could have stripped the opponent out of both of their cards in their hand,
Mm-hmm.
and or pressure Tamiyo while also ticking up towards an emblem to just overrun the opponent with zombies. And I think even if the opponent has a One Ring, and the opponent just can cast their spells for 3, the emblem is just really, really strong because you're creating 2, then
And
I believe 4,
and
and
6.
then no,
it's 2 plus the number you control.
Yes, so then 8, 2, 4, 8 is how many you create.
Oh yeah. I'm also counting he's trading some or blowing up things up. Yeah, and yeah, I think that's right. And then there's no, you can't counter it, you can't remove it. You already have like 1 mark down ticking them as well for 1 damage per turn. This gives you like infinite blockers. So it doesn't matter that Tamiyo's drawing cards if you're, and then if Tamiyo tries to uptick on your stuff to draw off of it, you can just not attack with those 2. But I think that's something that like when you look at this Kroxa list, that's I don't think ever been the win con in another game. I think it's like so rare that that's like what you think about. And when you think about the Tamiyo list, like I can't let this go late, and that maybe that's what his train of thought is. I'd be interested to like ask him after this game and see if he had considered it.
Okay. I think so. Titan Lord also for the most time, like for the longest time in the league, just decided to bring Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. But since the league introduced custom bans, 4 to be precise, that is no longer an option. Because banned only as commanders, not in the 99, are Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, Rascal, Clockmaker, and Ravine, Scheming Seer. And then banned in the 99 is Wash Away. And then on top of that, you also have additional bans based on the fact that Direct Challenge forces you to revert every card to their original state. So cards like Winota, 3-mana Teferi, Minsk, and Boo are banned because they revert to their original state and they're just simply too much at that point.
I don't think I necessarily Sweltering Suns this turn.
I tend to agree. But at the same time, you would have absolutely gotten blown out if you waited. But Voice of Resurgent, like, that token is no joke.
Yeah.
That will grow and grow.
Because if he does play Luminarch, you're giving back Memory Lapse, which I guess isn't like the end of the world. But I actually think I would have maybe Valkyrie even.
Yeah, potentially. Now you are in like this is the perfect spot for the Tamiyo Tempo deck, where you can apply pressure, you can draw cards, or you can just Memory Lapse. You have all the options open, and now as the Kroxa player, you can make a really neat play where kill a creature and kill an artifact, and the artifact you can kill is the.
I think I'm fine with keeping the clue, and I'd rather discard a card.
Yeah, that is also true. I think yes, it's basically the same, right? But on one of them they need to spend mana, so yes, it's probably discarding a card.
Well, I mean, I guess the difference is a card they don't know versus a card they know, and like there's definitely like I don't know, it's different because the card quality in Tamiyo is traditionally lower. That the unknown card might be better.
Yes. So yeah.
I like this Memory Lapse
in here. Oh, also, to play around -1 effects like Liliana of the Last Hope, they put a counter on their own Luminarch Aspirate, and now both creatures represent a represent 2 roughness as opposed to 1.
Now, I think you're fine with this. You get rid of this Selfless because next turn it allows you to Tamiyo draw a card or 2, ideally, right?
Yes. You can also just get more information with the clue here. Response, cut down happens. That is fine. You don't get 2 draws, but just still getting 1 draw is really good.
Yeah. No. The only real downside here is you do get the one draw. You don't, but like I don't know, it's tough to say. I think Kroxa's still in a pretty favored spot at the moment, because you want to have that counterspell. You know, there's a reason they were baiting you. They know you have the memory lapse, and like you've got to kind of think about like what are they trying to get me to do,
Yeah,
and I
and
think they're trying to
interestingly
wait
enough,
till they have both.
yeah, now you don't go for Tamiyo. This is also something about the Potter and I talked about. My philosophy with this deck is don't jam Tamiyo when you don't need to, which I think is really interesting in these kinds of decks, because now you get to have the interaction open, and then you then they're tapped out, and then you can jam Tamiyo with additional mana to potentially draw into more interaction, but also just have two creatures on board as opposed to one. So the question is, do you tap the land walls or not? They decide to just to stay open on mana, so you have an untapped white source probably, and then you have a blue and green source from the hand. So you're basically representing most of your deck in the spot here.
Yeah, because you can keep open. Yeah. And you still get to draw the two. You're still getting in for 4 damage, which is nice. Um, I do like if you can get to this Valky, if you can get to the Tibble, I think that'll be really interesting to see.
Question is, are there enough creatures on board that Tybalt just dies instantly? Well, Valky, not Tybalt.
Well,
So
he's also 2 to 3 turns away.
Oh no. This is what we talked about, right? Like if you jam Tamiyo last turn, this Kalatos would have been on board, but instead you just get to counter it twice in a row, and that is the game. Very,
So
very brutal.
we're talking more misplays. Do you think that Sweltering Suns is a misplay?
I don't love it. I think you want to try to Sweltering Suns the turn before they can drop Tamiyo, which at least it was one turn too early for that, but at the same time you would have gotten blown out by the Guardian Spirit, which at the end of the day would have been taken with these Sweltering Suns because Birthing Potter decided to flash that in at the opponent end step instead of holding it up to protect something. So I think there are a lot of moving parts here.
Yeah. I want to move into let's move into the Rao versus Usa matchup. I'd like to see it again. You know, so we can talk about it. But I also think there's something to be said about the fact that you took their counterspell. I don't know if you give it back right away. Is the other thing too? Is like you took a memory lapse. You know, looking at your hand, that memory lapse will destroy you if you don't miss your land drops. I think there's something to be said about like trying to play out your Chandras, things like that. So like get a little thing, have a blocker out for a 1/1.
Yeah, Kalitas in play is just extremely brutal with the Sweltering Suns because Kalitas survives Sweltering Suns. The rest of the board likely doesn't. You get a bunch of zombies, have the life linker, and it is probably GG at that point. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm with you as well. I think I definitely think pressure might have been to factor there. Obviously, Titan Lord's not as familiar when it comes to like the non-Teferi decks as how much he played him. I do think it was an interesting deck. I like it. Thanks for playing. You still made top 6. What? Good job, Titan Lord. Excited to see Tamiyo kind of pop up. Right now, I would even argue this Tamiyo is probably the deck to beat in the record.
Yeah, and
no doubt.
Yeah, so very interesting. I think about the Ral versus Azusa matchup, Azusa just lost 2-0 to the
I believe
to
so.
Ral. Yes.
It just ended. Okay, so we're going. That ended. We're gonna check out Inkart playing Atraxa versus Gennaro piloting Jadar. Jadar is currently up 1-0.
Oh, 1-0, very interesting.
I don't know. Looking at this Atraxa list, I think it's Jadar can pretty easily do it if they don't. If Atraxa drawn his 4 waves.
Yeah. So one thing I noticed LVD and you talk about earlier is the lack of ramp, and the basic idea here is that you need a critical mass of interaction pieces, right?
Yeah.
And if you just have ramp, Atraxa, and then a few interaction pieces to find those pieces, you're kind of in trouble where you are going to be in positions where you just don't have an answer for the threats your opponents have, and you need to have a critical mass of interactive pieces so you can just choose the right one at the right time. So by cutting the ramp, you just naturally go to Atraxa, and instead of accelerating your own game plan, you're just slowing down the opponent's game plan, which at the end of the day just equals out. But you also just have to have a higher card quality in your deck on average.
Well, and so here's where I'm at with that. Is I totally agree you want the higher card quality, and this deck is basically trying to play Esper control with like a splash of green. And I agree you need to have like certain like things, but I think you could get away with more explore ramp style effects. Because the thing we've noticed, and we watched this for 3 games so far, he's never made it sub mana.
Yeah, I think so. We talked about upping the land count in Atraxa. Currently, the lists are on 42 plus the 4
Yes.
line cyclists from Lord of the Rings, which more or less equals out to 46 lands. But maybe you want to add 47 to the pile. So we are already pretty decent on.
I guess the main option is that even if you're not going to run ramp, I just feel like the deck doesn't have enough card draw to
Yes,
justify playing a
that is
7
the
mana
big
commander.
point. Yes, you need. I think that is the big thing. You want to lean more into instant speed card draw effects. So Sauron's Ransom and Memory Deluge are already present, but I also prefer Cling to Dust as a hate piece, and as an instant speed draw engine. Like Cling to Dust does a lot, right? You can exile creatures against aggro matchups to gain life. So I think that is the thing what you're replacing half of the ramp pieces with. So half of the ramp pieces go to interaction, and the other one just get cut for
Also,
cards like Memory Deluge and Sauron's Ransom.
Atraxa has been eliminated. As we are switching over, Jadar 1-0.
Damn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I think it comes down to.
that goes quick.
I have one last point before as well. Congrats, Inkart, for making top 6. Really appreciate you for coming out. The other thing I wanted to point out is that his Emerge Ultimatum does not win the game on the spot.
Yes, no, that is a very common thing in these Atraxa lists because you don't want to play bad cards like Omniscience, right? Like Omniscience is just losing you the game every time you draw it, and it is like you're never going to really be in a spot where, like, if you resolve Emergent Ultimatum, you're still winning. You're grabbing extra turn threat, and then you're in such a good spot that you're most likely not losing.
No, I think you're definitely right there. So we're going to go on to our next matchup. So this is the 4th play. Whoever loses this will be 4th. Is going to be Jadar versus Tamiyo. I know we just did a deck tick on him, but we're going to do everything for him again. We're going to do our matchup card. So we have Birthing Potter on Tamiyo. Having played a lot of different things, Errant Gyata is an interesting matchup that I would love to see the deck more. Ragavan, Slimefoot and Squee, and Yamivo. And they, same thing. They've been here previously. Gennaro, though, fairly new. Their first time being in the season. They finished regular season in 10th, which means I believe that means people had to drop from this tournament for them to get brought up. So they're making a really good showing. I mean, top 4 coming in from 10th in the regular season, coming in to top 4 is really good, especially considering they had a really strong week 1. They're really used to piloting this deck. Let's go to a little bit of a deck tech. We talked about Tamiyo pretty recently, so let's talk about this Jadar list. I want to get your take on it. Do you like Jadar more than Yawgmoth, which we've seen Skulls bring to finals several times already?
Mono black. Mono black is still mono black, so you have a couple of issues. But your strongest suit in these, like the thing you need to lean on in these kinds of decks is just a ton of hand hate to not just get run over by unfair strategies. I am not sure if I agree with a lot of these the cards in this list. I would personally take a slightly different take on Jadar.
Okay.
But
like, what would you change?
I would change the less top end, like Massacre Worms. I have a very low opinion of 6-drops that don't immediately win you the game. So Liliana Dreadhorde General, things like that. Like I like a Bolas the Citadel, right? Like that can just win. But and then the other cards I am personally not a fan of are the you are already dead effects, where if something was dealt damage, destroy it. The big upside of it is that the opponent blocks and Like you're going to have something to attack in that the opponent wants to block every time, like your 2/2 that just goes away anyway. And just
Yeah.
having them in the list disincentivizes blocking, which is really neat. But at the same time, if the opponent is playing around them, they're just so incredibly dead. And for them to leverage this, like for you to leverage the kind of effects that, if they don't block, um, what advantage do you get? You kill them faster. Is this a deck that can kill faster than certain decks in the format? Yes, but also like against something like a Ragavan, it is just completely dead.
See, I agree with you. We did see it pop up a little bit in its matchup early on. I think it's really good when your creature quality is lower. Like I actually think they're really good in the Azusa matchup. You're all mistaken. You're already dead. Your creature quality is significantly lower. But you're right. Like in other matchups, it just feels like it's kind of a dead card. It's either another attacker you can cast with flash, or it's maybe a cantrip thing, maybe. Um, I definitely agree with you as well in the top end. I think that Lily's interesting because you at least draw a card a turn. Mask Worm, I think, it could be almost anything else. And then like I'm not totally sold on Painful Quandary, because by the time you're getting to 5 mana, um, your opponent's trying to stabilize, and like yes, it definitely is a tax of resources, but it feels much more like it's a tax of resources for a deck that wants to be more mid-rangey than aggro. um, and so I think what I would prefer to do is maybe those be something that's either incredibly impactful in the late game or is just better card quality in the opener. More removal, maybe just more creatures that have evasion of some kind. Because that's the other thing I'm also seeing here that I personally think it's this very interesting aggro deck that's trying to go wide. Like you've got Lazotep Reaver, which I don't think is necessarily the best card in this list because you're not running a Yawgmoth. Like there's no Yawgmoth in the 4-drop. You have a lot of ways to go wide and you have ways to sack to get value. But I just feel like maybe you need more ways to actually push damage. And this deck doesn't have a lot of ways that give evasion, or have evasive creatures that can push those last few points outside of drain effects like Meat Hook Massacre, Ayara, your Blood Artist type effects. And so I think maybe that's the only thing I would change, but it's been working for him. He's top 4. He's beaten some lists that I don't think would have been that easy. Like it went toe to toe with Ragavan, who is a boogeyman for aggro in the format. Um, and then it also just beat Atraxa, who in play queue, different style of Atraxa generally, but like in play queue, Atraxa is like pretty big in normal queue that I think would be fighting, and I think it was very interesting.
I think, well, the thing is, I think naturally this kind of deck really preys on Ragavan. Like, we've seen the best, like, one of the best matchups into Ragavan, like, one of the decks you can play into Ragavan was traditionally Yawgmoth, where
Yeah.
you just have so many 2-for-1 creatures that they're impossible to shock down. You're always going to block Ragavan, and then it's just sitting there like, board stall versus board stall. I drop a Blood Artist, sack everything. Oh, you die. I just gain a million life.
And then I heard LVDs. What's your take on Palantir of Orthanc?
I think Palantir of Orthanc is a really strong card in the right deck. I think for the most part, you want to be aggressive when you use it because the worst mode most likely is going to be for you is them losing life. If you're a deck that cannot, leverage that loss of life, I think you don't want to run it. Palantir of Orthanc is most popular in Ragavan because it is just either take life, like you always just scry something with a mana value on top, no matter what, because either you draw it and draw something under it, or you just shoot them like 2 or 3 damage to the face. And in those cases where the opponent is like, okay, maybe I can take 2 damage. Oh, Bolus is sitting on top. I'm dead.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not as high on it for that reason, is because no matter what, your opponent will pick whatever's best for them. And I don't think it's like hard to be like, yeah, I would rather just give them a card rather than like losing life from the Ragavan matchup. Because traditionally, like, they're spending 3 mana to get 1 card a turn, maybe, or I can take like 1 or 2 turns of burn before they get card draw. And I just feel like having like tested this card a little bit as well, it feels like it takes a while to ramp up. And then if I don't have any way, like at least Ragavan's running things like Phoenix that can get out of the yard. I feel like if you have no way to leverage the milled cards at all, it feels so slow to do anything.
Yeah, I think that I think the best decks for it are like Kroxa, leverage the mill cards.
Mhm.
Ragavan, like either you take damage or I draw my burn spell, which deals you damage. So either ways, you're just gonna take more damage. Like you
Yeah.
want in those kinds of lists.
For sure. Well, let's get switched into the game. We'll kind of move from there. Yeah, we'll move into our games. So from here on out, it's one game at a time. We're not having to jump around at all. We are so basically here's how it's going to work: is we have the this is the quarterfinals. It's currently quarterfinals for who's playing for fourth. We'll go into semis from the losers bracket. Then we'll go into the double elim. So currently, Hazor with his Ral Conduit in winners bracket has to lose 2 different matches, best of 3, to be knocked out. He just needs to win one of them, and he's good to go. So right now, we're trying to figure out what's the deck that's going to come up against him, and
here is my prediction.
Yeah.
Jadar will win over Tamiyo because traditionally these sacrifice style decks with lots of incidental blockers are really tough for Tamiyo to deal with. And then Jadar goes into Azusa a second time, and Azusa will win again because Azusa is really good against these sacrifice decks that just dawdle around a bit and can't pressure fast enough.
Important to note that both the decks that could go into Azusa next round lost to Azusa.
Yes, which I think Jadar has a really bad matchup into Azusa, but Tamiyo has a favorable matchup into Azusa, but couldn't leverage that advantage.
Jadar? So the Jagarims looked really close, though. I think there's definitely room for him to outplay, especially when your opponent makes misplays with their Emrakul. That gives you a little more leverage.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, misplays are a factor, but you don't want them to be a factor.
No.
And then if Azusa makes it to the finals, it is an easy win for Ral.
Yeah, that 2-0 seems pretty convincing. I also want to bring up right now that to me is interesting is in this matchup right now. I really like what they currently have on board. This is a really good 1-2.
This is a really disgusting one too, because if you just jam a black market connections with additional mana, you just draw every turn, you just recur every creature under the sun with your Phyrexian Reclamation. You're just gonna find a way to like a Blood Artist effect, and if you get those, you are good.
Thankfully, did draw into the counterspell. Doesn't have it open. The main thing I have here is that it's really tough to get this Adeline out right now, right? Adeline is the one thing I could really see pushing in because you're getting these 2 attackers per attack.
Adeline is the big creature here.
But does need to find another white source. And Spellqueller is significantly less important because it's on the draw. So they're not going to be able to Spellquell for tempo here. I think I would actually, I think I would rush this out because there's not a lot of ways that Tamiyo has to get rid of this in the main.
Yeah, there is not only that, but they don't have counter matching up as well. They just hold up double green.
Yeah, and this is the kind of matchup where I think you can full send at least 2 turns.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because at the end of the day, if Jadar dies here, it trades 1 for 1, and then it goes really into your edict effects. Like half of the interactive pieces of the Jadar decks are edicts, so yeah, you really want to reduce the creature quantity on the other side of the table.
Well, and the absolute worst case scenario as well is that, oh no, Jadar dies again. For 4 mana, I can just Reclamation bring him back instead.
Oh, yes.
Though, I do like the Veil of Summer pickup here, and it could still prove pretty big depending on what interaction gets drawn.
So now the question is, what do you play, right? Because you can go Tamiyo, but then you don't hold up your Spellqueller plus Veil of Summer. And now the opponent can play... no, you can't play Jadar and have the Edict effect up. So that is somewhat troublesome. You just select everything. Yes. Another land, not what you want to see. And then the question is, do you even attack the Tamiyo here?
I think you just push face at the moment. Because there's no other creature.
If
right?
you attack, you attack the Tamiyo. But the question is, do you select the Tamiyo at all because you give them a card?
He does have... Oh, he does not, because he doesn't have the Moxhammer mana.
Yeah. So now you can use the Reclamation
I do think he should have attacked first, though.
No, I don't think so, because you give them a card. You don't want to give the opponent a card for that.
That's fair. That's fair. You're right. You're right.
The opponent has the option here. Like, if you ask Battling Pot right now, you want to lose 1 to draw a card? Yes, yes, he wants to.
Fair. And at this point, like with the board state, you're not worried about this counter magic because again, you've got the reclamation, you've got the black mark connections. Like, you're kind of fine here. Do you slow play it and not attack with those 2, to let him not draw 2 cards? Because that's 6 damage you're losing out on though.
I think like you need to be very disciplined here because at the end of the day, you're looking at a Tamiyo who's just like absolutely mana screwed, and you don't want to you want to delay that as long as possible.
Yeah,
and,
I think
with the board presence you just have a lot of options anyways.
I do think you have to go through and at least one tap the Tamiyo with your Shimlin guys so you can make sure to keep it off ult. Because the nightmare scenario here would be like somehow they get an extra turn and like ult a Tamiyo out of nowhere. Or, like a time warp.
Yep, so now decides to not play the Weatherlight first. Which is going to be slightly annoying which would be slightly annoying because it would get more and more counters against these flash threats, but slightly punished. But at the same time, not punished because if they played the Weatherlight first,
it might just get spell colored.
Yes.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, good sequencing.
Yeah, and does get the 2 draw, but still missed a land drop. You're still way ahead on mana. You're 2 land drops ahead right now. They do keep their Tamiyo, which is like unfortunate, but you're in such a good spot. You know they don't have board wipes. At this point, I think you can maybe even ignore the Tamiyo at 1 loyalty. Maybe you take it out because they're only at 3 lands. Thankfully, they do draw into another land drop. Oh, yeah. Even though it's a little rough, it will still cost them 3 life.
3 life is a lot of life in this spot, and you don't even really have something good to bring back with Johnny. So definitely really don't. You have an elf, but like, is that what you really want to bring back?
No, because the 5 mana is not doing anything. You could Adeline with the Veil of Summer.
Yeah, I think I like that.
Adeline only having 1 power here is still really good because they have the. I mean, I don't know. I'm tough because like on the one hand, you can't really block the 3/1 anyways with Adeline because they'll just bring it back and you're good. Though now the Dark player does need to find a way to close out the game still. They are. Yeah.
They're taking a lot of damage each turn.
Yeah. And if they want a Phyrexian Reclamation, like it's just gonna take a lot. And they're again flooding. So let me see he's definitely impatient from the card flicking. If this is the table, you'd have that like
this motion, right?
Yeah. 39 lands in the Jadar list. Do you think that's correct, by the way?
No, I quite like that. 39 is also the number you run in a deck like Roofing. Okay. I think it's very similar to that. I believe Tamiyo also runs 39 plus some land cyclers. Not sure.
I can see it going down to 38 if you kept more of the top end. Just because like you're averaging this 1 through 3, and unlike Rafine, you're not trying to hit different colors.
I think that's a fair point.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Veil of Summer effect here. I like that the mana confluence is also going to be like a really key point because he has to be really careful when he uses the mana confluence.
Oh yeah, I mean, every time you need it, I guess, right? But you don't want to need it too often. That's the point.
Yeah. So take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 10 damage. Could block 3 or block 1 of it.
Oh yeah.
It's a 2-turn clock. With not much that can be answered from it that I can see here. You've got the Weatherlight coming up here soon as well. When you're coming back to Jadar's turn, what do you pick off the Blackmark connections?
I think at this point, just draw and the 3/2. You don't need the mana at this point, but I still just want to increase the pressure to an unsurmountable amount.
So I think the 3/2. I think you take all 3 because With the crawling barons, you present lethal. They have to block. They have to block at least something, potentially, because you can double. It gives you 8 mana to double up on the
I
crawling barons.
see.
Maybe.
But if you do that, the opponent can just take like then they can actually block the 3/1 to edict, because at that point you can just like attack with the outline. It has vigilance, can't be blocked because nothing is untapped, and
You'll get the
in a
3/2.
troublesome position.
But that's fair. You're right. You'd 3/2 to block the 1/1. They draw a card, have mana open.
Oh yes,
yeah,
true.
you're right.
3/2.
You're right. They still draw a card and have an Adeline, and you don't have the life, I think, at that point to pay to get the edict. 6 and then 1. You'd have enough. You'd be real low. You'd be like 1 or 2.
Oh yeah, and then you also obviously need to factor. I think like putting them to 1 or 2 is just like so brutal here, given that they're a large part of their mana base is this mana confluence, so it might just be correct to do exactly that.
Yeah. I don't know. It's tough because at the one hand, the Adeline puts you down to 1 or 2 as well, though.
Oh yes, because you go
Especially
to
if
6 at the very least, and then Adeline attacks you for like 3.
You go down 1 more.
Yeah, it is very risky. It is very risky, but you're
But when I'm
potentially
also
greatly rewarded.
Birthing Potter needs to restart after this game.
I see.
Well, so that might be part of what's happening. I was wondering.
Yes. So they are apparently disconnected, right?
Not sure. I did see him hovering his cards a little bit ago. Like he's clearly doing something on his screen.
I see. Oh,
with
now
activating
we're seeing
Tamiyo.
some action. Ah, yes.
I don't know though. Super interesting matchup. I think that the mana screw that Tamio's getting is a little rough. Especially having drawn those 2 extra cards and still only found the one that cost them 3. And I think the fact that they have taken 5 damage from lands so far, I think 6 actually, is incredibly important in this matchup. Because like if you took 6 damage from lands in this matchup or the Ragavan matchup, I think you're just in such a world of hurt.
Yep.
Especially considering it also to note, very few creatures drawn out of the ridiculous number of creatures in the deck.
Well, what deck? Tamiyo?
Tamiyo. Yeah, out of Tamiyo. There's still a good number of creatures.
I think that's a fairly average tempo draw. You can just have these games where you're pretty creature light. You only draw 3 creatures. You've seen what's the total amount of cards seen? I think that's like fair, since you're like on 32 creatures, I believe, something like that.
It's fair. I mean, you've seen about 20 cards, but yeah.
20? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, some amount. So now Birthing Potter is currently restarting the game due to.
I'm wondering if it was an issue with like, yeah.
I see.
Fair enough.
So Birthing Potter is going to stop streaming if it is going to help his gameplay, and
Looks like
apparently,
he's lagging out.
Yeah, the bandwidth doesn't support it. Sadly, so we're not going to be able to look at all
Oh my god, that's such a good draw. That's an even better draw.
Just drop those. Like, you're happy.
Yeah.
And that's each opponent, right? So it goes around Veil of Summer, which we know that Birthing Potter still has in hand.
Yeah.
Very brutal.
And I think you just, oh no, I don't attack with my 2/2. I mean, or even if I do, it's not that bad.
Yep. So Veil of Summer happening.
Because he wants to draw the card before the Children.
Yep, that is very fair. Now you just like edict the opponent. Just go face. They want to draw cards. Sure, Children. Here you go. Draw cards. Have at it.
I think you go all out face.
Yep.
I don't think he can block anymore. I do think you don't need to edict because the edict will hit the Tamiyo, not the creature. I think you actually Crawling Barons and that's lethal.
Very true. Well, it is too late to Crawling Barons.
Well, I know that. I know. I'm just saying. I think Crawling Barons was lethal this turn, though.
They only decide to attack with 1 creature, so They block it, recur it with if opponent draws a card, shoulder it. Yep. Bottom
Unfortunately,
then.
an answer to the shoulder would be really big here, though. But I
Oh
think he
yes.
needs to get rid of the Adeline. I think this is definitely the play.
Yep. But I'm not. I think I personally would have swung out with everything. But
Yeah, so it dropped
they're
him.
playing it super patient at this point.
Yeah, so if he swings with Chrome Barons, it drops him to 1, dies to shoulder on draw step. So I guess an answer to shoulder
Oh,
during upkeep would have won.
that is a good card on top. That is a Gary.
That is a really good card on top.
Yep. But honestly, I'm not even sure if there is any like.
No, there's
it
no.
needs to be one card. Like you only have one draw here or like two, and so one of the
Yeah.
unknown cards was a land, which you don't want to see. Tap land, nonetheless. It's a Patriot simulation.
Really big, actually. I don't know if it's enough yet.
It is likely not enough with the Gary on top.
Well, and even without the Gary too, just having 4, like.
Yep. So
I don't see a world where you don't block with the 3/2 in that. Like, I don't think that does anything too bad for you.
Yep.
Because there's no instant speed combat tricks that I'm aware of in the list.
Yep. Well, we need to keep in mind Birthing Potter still has counterspell available to them.
Yeah.
Well, now it's Dramoka's command.
Oh, the counter.
Sacrifice. Yep.
I think that's probably the play. I don't know. I might have kept that over.
Yep, and now you just get to Gary laser them, drain them out for 1,000,000 life, basically.
Yeah, and you've got the soul. Yeah. That is game number 1. Spicy. I'm excited. I want to see this list go far. I always like it when somebody commits to a list during a season. Personally, I'm always kind of a big fan. For you, seeing that game 1, who do you think is currently favored? Like, obviously, we know Jadar's up 1-0, but
still Jadar. I think this was a good representation. Like, if you don't get on board to compete with Jadar, they just have a slightly better board presence, and a slightly better board presence is exactly what you fear as the tempo deck. Like, you can't always have the exact answer to what your opponent is doing, so they will just slip through creature by creature and
well, and I really want to give a huge shout out for Black Market Connections there. Obviously, being on the play was a huge advantage that game with that, being able to get that out before Counter Magic went up. Because I think without that, I don't know if he wins it. That matchup looked very favored, but the extra creature, the extra card, the extra mana, every turn 4, 5, and 6 was integral. So like his everything. He used every bit of mana he had.
That and Birthing Potter's mana being quite bad.
Yeah.
Because there were a lot of points where Birthing Potter just, if it was just better mana, he could have held interaction up at way more crucial points. Like, for example, the Black Market Connections didn't need to tap out at certain points. So, yeah, Birthing Potter was forced into a lot of plays due to the mana base here.
Yeah. No, I feel that. So honestly, for a list that I would personally call like maybe an optimized, it's clearly showing to be a top 3 contender. Why do you think the Jadar list did poorer than the other lists in like the standard season, even though it's showing up pretty well in the tournament?
For one part, tournament players choose different decks for quite often, because if you stay on the same list and you enter the top 8, other players just know that you like Flash fan, for example, just a diehard aggro fan. So when Rafine was legal, only played Rafine. Now that Rafine is banned, only plays Ragavan. So everybody knew there is at least one Ragavan player at the top, so they can just prepare for that, right? And similar to like if you're only playing Jadar, now people know like Jadar going into the top 8 was one of the reasons why Azusa was picked. Like, actually, because Azusa has a very favorable matchup into these mono black grindier decks, and yeah, like the only matchup Azusa hoped to dodge was was Raul, and now Raul is in the finals, and that is going to be a big issue. But Raul,
Yeah.
like the Raul player, the really fears the Jadar matchup on the flip side.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be interesting.
No, and I definitely agree. Especially considering that the RAL has just like that one win con. I like that it's a control deck that has the con. Seems very fun, and is even I'd even argue mostly a combo deck that just has
Oh
some
yeah.
control
Oh
bits to get to
no,
it.
it is definitely a combo deck. Very few control elements, just the necessary evils of the format, so to speak, and then just like play it, go to 9 mana, Ral, Time Warp, get 2 extra turns. In those 2 extra turns, just like plus, and then the next one just copy spell Ral and just take a shit ton of turns basically.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. We're loading gamer two. Obviously, we won't have Birthing Potter's hand because of the connection issues, which is unfortunate, but it happens. I really like this hand.
I would keep it. It is so. This is a hand that I would way like. I would love it way more on the play because you're aggressive and proactive. But I can't imagine that a turn 3 painful quandary is not going to
Yeah,
be painful.
no, I agree with you. I think that's one of the things where Painful Quandaries think it's good. Is from that. Now, something else I
Turns
want to
out
bring
a
up.
lot of cards are good when played off of a dark ritual.
Fair. I was gonna ask as well. With this mana base as well, would you run the bad Swamp Crypt? Half for mana
Cabal
equal.
covers.
Yeah, but the bad Cabal coffers. There's
Yes,
some bad
Cabal
ones.
Stronghold. Taps for
With
colorless or a tap for the. You don't need. I don't like Cabal Stronghold in most lists because you're not going to a deck that aims to even get to a point where a card like that might be relevant, and then at that point you're also just not having the top end to support that. So I think very few lists can effectively run a Cabal Stronghold. One of them probably being something like an Acerarech, where you just have literally an infinite mana sink in the command zone.
Mhm.
But other than that, I don't like it in these lower to the ground decks.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I definitely think that I don't know. There's something to be said about it with 34 basic swamps in your mana base, or just even having it in there for like that one or two extra mana that can come in. I think it fits a very similar position as Castle Garenbrig. Honestly, I think it's less of other mana, more just like if you can get it in like a Garenbrig where it gets that one extra mana to key point. Um, Especially since this list has some things that were can kind of want to go mid rangey, like sneaking out, for instance, like your oh my god, Bowls of Citadel, like a turn would be just a nuts.
Oh yeah. No, but I think you only have so much space for these colorless utility lands, and I don't want a colorless utility land that it doesn't do anything until like way later in the game. And if it's one, why not just play a man land, right, to push damage, something like that. So
Oof.
yeah.
Uh, Definitely punished for dark rating on turn two. I
Well, really, because if you take the Dreadhorde invasion, which arguably could be the scarier card, Skyclave just gets removed. So takes the Jadar instead. So if Skyclave gets removed, the Jadar player doesn't get anything back. But
Why Trent,
yeah.
thinking about this Tamiyo list, I think the Painful Quandary is so good because unlike almost every list here, that list just has to cast a bunch of spells to win. It
Oh
can't
yes.
just like stick a creature or two unless it's Adeline and
Oh
win.
yes. I
Like
think I think like knowing how very little interaction Tamiya has against the 5 mana enchantment, I think I would have preferred to just slam a Painful Quandary on turn 3 here, but I think it is also very close because like if
no,
you untap with this board, you just get so much value and it is disgusting.
yeah, especially considering like when you get to 5 mana, you've got the veto as well.
Well, there's the One Ring. Good card.
That's probably the pickup here because it should hopefully guarantee him getting to his 5th mana slot. I think the Skyclave, I think, is the only real answer they have to One Ring outside of bouncing it and countering it.
Soul Partition, yes.
Well,
Soul Partitions counts as a bounce in a way, and then yeah, for the most
Yeah.
part, it is countering and bouncing. Well, in the other order. You can also just lock the One Ring down with a Tamiyo, but that's not
That-
something you want to do.
yeah, that feels excessive. Just quickly checking.
Oh, and another good answer for the One Ring is drawing your own One Ring.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well,
Wow. Clip that. We
See?
can't even see his hand. That was disgusting.
Yeah, no, that's what
Oh.
I'm talking about. Like, just draw the One Ring yourself. It's that easy, right? Colorless goes into every deck, easy peasy.
But I will say, I do like having my One Ring a turn early, and with a Painful Quandary out. I'm kind of a
Oh yes,
fan.
One Ring with Painful Quandary is like a double-edged. Like, it is good and bad at the same time because first of all, they get the card to discard to Quandary. Second of all, if they ever are in a position where they have to lose life, it really, really hurts.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to think about too is so one of the things I think is a really good tech card is the Underworld Dreams. The Underworld Dreams is definitely in Jadar. I think is
Oh
a
yeah,
tech
for
for
the
against
One Ring,
Ring.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, also like it's like there are certain decks like Rel. If there is an Underworld Dreams in play, you have very few answers for it, and yes, you can take extra turn and draw a bunch of cards, but at what cost?
Yeah, and interesting here. Yeah, you for sure. Oh, Tamiyo wondering is going to give him a lot for the Painful Quandary to deal with, but I think that decision points. So the other thing I like about having this Painful Quandary is that it opens your opponent up to misplaying. This is where I really wish we had access to his hand, because I really think that like what he discards or when he loses life, is going to be so massive. He's on the aggro game plan now, where he is tapping on the One Ring, which I do like.
Yeah, this Painful Quandary is going to favor Jadar in the long run, but Tamiyo has the way better position right now, and you need to leverage that to kill the opponent. Not attacking with the 1/1 here, interestingly enough. So, yeah.
I mean,
I'm not sure if that was a misplay, if he noticed that these tokens
zombies
can't
can't block.
Yes.
I think it might have been. He might have also been wanting to keep Tamiyo safe. I can't imagine he's going to want to make this trade, but in theory.
No, I think like card advantage is not your issue here. I think in this position, so you let
Yeah.
Tamiyo go. And
I also really don't know how I feel about, because he's going to lose more life to draw here, right? When the zombie dies, yeah. I don't know if he can afford much more life loss. He's losing.
I absolutely
three a
agree.
turn.
He's almost dead at this point, so you have to like remove the Skyclave, which sadly doesn't even give you something back. Like in this spot, unironically, I would have just preferred to like let go of my commander forever and just have the 2/2. That would have been so much better.
I mean, I think if he can make it to the 6 mana, the 6 life link on the zombie token, right? Like that's what we're kind of hoping for at this point. Is that his
I think that
opponent
is just
doesn't?
way too late. No, that is
Yeah.
just lethal on board. I think.
Yeah.
That's just lethal on board with the uptick ring damage and on top of that,
drops him to 1.
well, you also lose 1 from the Dreadhorde.
Yeah, because it's 2 on the ring right now, right? Oh, 1 more damage from the Luminarch. Got it. Didn't see it. Good to know. Now I think it's lethal if he has 1 more poison removal because the damage from the auger.
Yes. No, they're just like, even if Jadar has to like get a Blood Artist and immediately gain life, basically the only top deck for Jadar, if they live, is Shieldred. I think. Like you draw, if you get Shieldred, it is just so brutal. But even then, like Birthing Potter probably has a counterspell for that, like 5 mana open.
So in this case, did Birthing Potter make a mistake not trying to go for lethal this turn by playing it?
I think so, because it like there was nothing the Jadar player could have had at this point, so I think it was a mislethal.
Yeah, because I think with the what was it, 1 mana open, I can't imagine there's removal there. Interesting to see. I did take the 5 to have that third piece. That doesn't matter at this point. He's going to have 3 down. you can just end the turn and you die to your own One Ring.
Just for the record, you could have also just attacked with a Luminec Aspirant because you go to like, yeah, 2 here. It is just so rough. So you always draw here. You need to find something. So Sheldred still kind of does it because in response to your ring trigger, you can do something. But
yeah, no, I think it came down to Tamiyo having a One Ring as well. Tamiyo getting to One Ring the turn after, not giving it time for you know to kind of get that feedback and come back from it.
Yep.
Yeah. And having board advantage. The Skyclave not giving anything back is always a feel good.
Oh yes, the card is really good in commander formats, especially.
Yeah.
And at this point, as the Jadar player, you would actually love the opponent to Skyclave your One Ring, but not happening.
Nope, not even a little bit. All right. So if you're Breaking Potter here, do you BM try to let them die at upkeep?
No, they just showed them the door themselves. Showed the door to themselves. 1-1. We go to game 3.
So, 2 questions. One, do you think that game came down to Potter drawing his One Ring and having board advantage, or do you think it comes down to bad timing on the Dark Ritual? Because those are the 2 pivotal moments of the game, I think.
Fair look. I think if you had Dark Rituals, like you would have had no board state, but at the point you would have drawn the One Ring, you didn't have like the zombie and mass army. I think it was also a thing of like the you amass 1 every turn and you lose 1 life, and you have a One Ring in play, right? And at this point, you can just afford to jump and effectively cash in the army 4 points of life every turn instead of just leaning more into the life loss, because eventually you need to draw something that gains you life anyways. Might as well put yourself into a position where you see more draws to get to that card.
Yeah. Okay. No, I think it's very interesting. I can definitely tell Gennaro is an impatient player from how much card flicking there is. It's killing me. I'm here for it. But he's definitely the guy that I'd meet and play Commander with at LGS. He's like, you're taking forever. And I'm like, my turn has been 4 minutes, dude. Chill. I gotta sequence my shit properly. I got a friend like that. Well, just in case you're checking in now, just heads up, we will have LVD back the next 2 rounds to help cast with I'm Not Fine, I believe, which is very exciting.
Yes.
Okay. How do you feel about running out the Mox Amber turn 1? Or do you wait till you have
Spell Pierce? It plays around Spell Pierce. Against these kinds of decks, you want to do it turn 1 because it plays around Spell Pierce. You play around Esper Sentinel. Those are the cards you play around, and there is not a lot of hand hate or things like to punish you for something like that.
Well, okay, so now you have 4 3-drops. What do you play first? I part of me wants to say that it's got to be Phyrexian Arena or Iara.
I think you win these matchups on the board, so you want to commit to the board in some way or another. And so now it's obviously not the Phyrexian Arena with the Hawaiian Knight.
I personally really like Iara here.
Yes. And he tends to agree because Iara is also just a huge draw engine with these zombie tokens.
Yeah. It's draw, it's life loss. Like, that, like, there's only 2 or 3 creatures in the deck that can block a 2/2 in Tamiyo.
Yep.
Always fun. And now, the best part is that if Tamiyo does come out and plus is the zombie token, you go, okay, fine, I'll just sack it. I don't need to get it. Oh. This is so good. I am also now noticing that I believe Gennaro his cards are in French.
No, I believe Spanish, French.
Spanish? I can't tell. A sure. Romance language.
Yes, but yeah, they have the client in a different language.
Yeah, I didn't notice it until like I saw Ihara. I was like, that's not Ihara's name.
So now you get to Wait, I'm not sure if I agree with exiling Jadar here, because the card you're gonna lose to is 100% Yara, not Jadar.
Yeah, the card draw. No, it's Iara. It's always. I mean, I guess you don't want them to get the thing back because again, it's one on board. You're getting to make them spend their turn to do absolutely nothing. But oh my god, dude, let's go.
There it is. Oh, by the way, did you know? Um, After 1 month of being legal in Dual Commander, the One Ring got banned
Well,
in
that's
that
fair.
format.
But Dual Commander will ban everything.
Well,
They'll ban anything they don't think is fun.
Well, the reasoning, and I think that is a pretty good reasoning. One Ring is a card that you can play in every deck, and that every deck also wants to play. Where you're a control deck, it gives you a fog effect, and against other control decks, it just draws you a ton of cards. In aggro decks, you are ahead, so you don't care about the life loss, and it just gives you so many cards that. Oh wow, that's
I kind of like the exploit here. Yeah.
Oh wow. So yeah,
And
you
then-
get to exploit, kill Tamiyo. Yep. And then you get to drop the One Ring, I assume. Well, no, you can't because of the Haywire Might. So I think you still want to like drop a threat.
Right?
Ophiomancer?
Yeah, because you get 2 ticks off the IRA, and you can sack it during their turn on the IR to get another one on your turn.
Well, we are going to instead see a Phyrexian Arena as bait effectively because they are going to play the Phyrexian Arena just so the Haywire Might exiles that, and then you can play the One Ring. Also, notably, Birthing Porter at 13 life.
Yeah, I mean, I really, it's coming down to this Zara, man. This Zara is doing some serious work. It's put in 5 damage so far, I believe, which is like for 3 mana, 5 damage is just
5, or I think it's 6. Because, I think it's 6 damage. And Birthing Porter's mana base, you're in 3 color. You gotta take some pain to make that work, right? Shock lands, pain lands.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if you can afford to exile the Phyrexian Arena, but then again, I'm also not sure if you can afford to leave that in play. Because at this point, you just have, like, you're looking down at so much card advantage. If you're Birthing Porter, like, you have to do something. So you're forced kind of to.
No, you're for sure right.
Deal with this.
But so right now, hear me out. Is it even right to play the One Ring, or am I playing Ophiomancer and then also playing my way to the Trespasser?
I like double spelling in general. Like you're looking at a very very realistic counter spell, so like you want to get one of these cards through. Although now I'm very. I think you just jam One Ring here because then your double spell is into Orcish Bowmasters, which probably is even better than the One Ring. It is like Orcish Bowmasters is such a nightmare for these tempo decks with a lot of 1 toughness creatures.
Yeah. I don't even know. It's super tough because I think you could just like hitting the mana here. I think that's the right choice.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you're not worried about dying too quickly. And now you can Orcish Bowmasters effectively as bait.
And getting a land here is still really good.
Yep. Or a Goalless Citadel. But I think it is still just double spelling. And they decide to double spell with without the One Ring. So there is a Graveyard Trespasser, which again drains the opponent by exiling creatures.
Yeah. I think that honestly, like, it's super tough. Bowmasters you can hold for their turn to try to get them to counter on their turn.
I think you just don't. I think it's fair to play the Ophiomancer, but I also very like passing the turn because that just makes the opponent. Like I'm not sure if they don't have a counterspell or if they're just waiting for something. But if they were to wait for something, just making them use the mana on a later turn is just way better.
And I like I love the Bowmaster hold here now because you can Bowmaster now.
Yep.
You can win the treasure, I guess, in theory.
Well, the problem is they are going to sacrifice the Storm Tamer to protect it, but at the very least, they're sacrificing the Storm Tamer to protect it. And whenever you draw an additional card, you're going to be in trouble. But I don't think the life gain is going to be.
No, but they lose a creature and they lose a mana source for your turn.
I assume we're going to see a counter spell on Orcish Bowmasters. Well,
we're not. Whoa. I think you go for.
You target the Innkeeper because you want to make them pay 1 mana to protect it.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's also a world where you, I mean, if you had more targeted removal, you target their Stormhammer anyways. Interesting. Okay, not what I expected to see, but good.
But Yara will knock you down to a measly 8 life, and
Oh, and also blocking the damage blocked the Amass trigger.
yep. Oh, that is very true. So if you would have went face, you would have pushed for 2 more damage here.
Yeah. But it did also stop a blocker from coming in, though. I think that's important to note. Because the indestructible. Or
Yes.
Extinction's just hexproof. Wrong one. But it could have pumped the 2-2 into 3-3, which would be bad for them. I like this a lot. I think the fact that that can get Menace is so bad, and you can start exiling. You'll eventually that will just get Menace.
Yep. So now Yara gets to sacrifice another token. Opponent down to 6 life. There is a Blood Artist effect, which you'd have to imagine is a must counter. So you just jam Bolus the Citadel. That resolves. You just get to. You can pay for Spell Pierce here, notably. Negate. That is fine, I think. And do you
Yeah.
sacrifice Orcish Bowmasters for Blood Artist?
I don't think you do. Purely because I think you already have a really good clock, and Bowmasters getting the Amass triggers is really important right now. Because Bowmasters can deal with blockers in a way that Blood Artists can just get bounced.
Yep. I think there are many ways to victory here.
Yeah, it's gonna look like a pretty clean game 3. And I think this one I agree with. I think it comes down to the Yara, not picking Yara with the Skyclave.
Okay. Let's see.
So Ophenomancer.
Down to 4. You can just swing it with everything, but I think that is I like the not attacking with everything, because you're in a position where you're just winning so hard anyways that there is no need to extend your board into something that you lose to. Like, I don't know what could happen. Probably something along the lines of Wandering Emperor gaining life and whatnot.
Yeah. I do like this, though. It's a nice way to kind of control the board. And it also would have played around attack all as well.
Yep. So now we get to not even playing games, just say, hey, I'm going to sacrifice it anyway. 1 drain from the Blood Artist. 1 drain from likely token entering from Jadar. And you have 1 drain from creatures entering. So, like, now you're 100% dead.
He has to have an answer for Ophenomancer this turn. He doesn't have it.
Yep.
Hey, okay, we're going to break. We are going to try to rush back. Apparently, it looks like the Jadar player does have only about an hour-ish left. So we're going to try to get them back in their next game, give them the best opportunity to try to get the finals. But I want to appreciate y'all for letting me host. Always have a good time. You can check me out, BP Radiant, on YouTube. I don't upload all the time. When I do, it's quality work, probably.
Obviously.
But I'll leave you in good hand with I'm Not Fine and LVD. Always good. I'll be watching the finals, and I might be back at the end. So, catch you on a bit.
Thank you, El. Yep. Hello, we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Happy to have you for round 5 and 6 of the tournament. It has been a wild ride so far. What do you think?
Yeah, it's been my pleasure and a lot of fun gameplay so far. Good to see a lot of Emrakul stealing turns. Good to
Oh yeah,
see a pretty exciting game while I was taking my lunch break with the it was the Kroxa deck against the Tamiyo emblem, which was
oh
pretty
yes,
exciting too. So
yeah.
yeah,
That was a really interesting one. Like you would have thought for sure, Kroxa had it in the bag, and then One Ring, Tamiya emblem. Can't do anything about it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're gearing up for a rematch from earlier today, the Azusa deck up against Jadar. So yeah, last time it ended up 2 games to 1 in favor of Azusa. So we'll have to wait and see if Jadar can mount a comeback here.
Yeah, I think so. For the current top three, right, we have Azusa versus Jadar, and then the winner has to come from losers brackets into Raw. And most of these matchups are very polarizing. Like Azusa has a very good matchup against Jadar. Azusa can has just a ton of life gain to not worry too much about the aggro game plan, and Jadar can't really stop the big mana strategy. Um, on the flip side, if you match against Ral as Azusa, you're looking into an almost unwinnable matchup where you don't have too much to stop the combo game plan from the other side. But if you're on Jadar versus Ral, you have a lot of disruptive pieces, and Ral suddenly has a really tough time. Like these players talking to them, Azusa was like, "Yeah, I really don't want to match against Ral," and the Ral player said, "Give me anything, but not Jadar." So I think this is very interesting.
So we got a bit of a rock paper scissors situation.
Oh, absolutely. So, looking at the player cards, we've seen this exact player card before, obviously, but going over it again. Myriad playing a lot in the league, and this is also the first season for Janeiro. Um, and they have made it to the tournament because 2 players dropped, and them subbing in from the 10th place for the tournament. Um, Myriad, really seasoned player, and they always tell themselves, I really want to bring Adeline, but there's something more fun to play. I will play the thing that's more fun, and the fun thing is currently Azusa. Um, and yeah, like they always tell themselves, hey, if I bring Adeline, I have so many good chances, but if I play something else, it's going to be so cool if I win. So yeah, they're
Yeah,
always a bit torn what to bring. And
can't
I think
blame
that's
them.
pretty interesting.
Yeah, Azusa seems like a lot of fun to play.
Oh,
You
it
got
is.
all those choices with your utility lanes. You got quite a few tutor effects as well. Which Eldrazi do you want to search up? And
Oh, yeah.
quite a few recent additions as well. The One Ring, of course, being almost in every deck in today's top 8.
Yes. So we are looking currently at the Zusa list. So you mentioned that you BP rated and you discussed the land count, and on this particular Azusa list, like I had a big say in it. Basically, like Myriad and I tested a lot against the different decks, and the 2 things that we said is like, a, we want more lands. We're looking at effectively 55 lands, plus a bunch of other cards that gain additional lands. And the other thing that is really big in this list that you don't see in other Azusa lists is cutting down on Llanowar Elves, Elvish Mystic, and Gilded Goose.
Oh yeah,
Because Delighted Halfling is still good against counter magic matchups, but since you're expecting so much Jadar and like Ragavan, you're not really expecting your 1-drops to actually stick around. So just cutting them and replacing them for lands just gives you a huge edge in those matchups.
yeah. Personally, when I built my Azusa decks, I always ended up not in favor of the 1 mana elves. Basically, they just end up dying to removal too often. You're a deck that wants to be consistent and also wants to have a lot of lands in your opening hand, basically, so you can play Azusa and play 2 lanes afterwards. So the 1 mana elves, while they can potentially give you a slightly more explosive start, I think are at the end of the day not really worth it.
Oh yeah, and yeah, the other thing that you're looking at is cutting down on top end, because we've seen a lot of Azusa lists with 20 big things, and you're looking. You still like you ramp, but you don't ramp into infinity most of the time. Like most of the time, as you said, it's turn 3 Azusa into like 6 to 8 drop on turn 4, right? And you can't just jam an infinite amount of creatures. And one of the big creatures that has been cut from this list is Craterhoof Behemoth. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Greater Hoof, pretty good alongside your mana creatures. But if you're cutting on mana creatures and your creature count's lower, Crater Hoof may not always end the game like you would want it to. So then you might turn towards other finishers instead.
Yeah, and I think it's also about if you're in a situation where Craterhoof is good, aren't you already winning? Like in Azusa, if you have 2 creatures in play, isn't that just totally winning most of the time because your creatures are so threatening?
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, this is also just a deck capable of sometimes outgrinding decks with card advantage provided by cards like Tireless Tracker. You've got your Augur of Autumn, Oracle of Moldiah to play stuff off the top. So while it has those games where you just ramp into a big thing and win, you can also play kind of a more kind of card advantage game where you just get a lot of value from your creatures.
The coolest game plan in this deck, in my opinion, is the Sax Land Destruction style, where you have options to place like in their draw step, Court of Calling for a Thought Not Seer to look at their hand to basically have a makeshift Vendilion click, and then you just take their best play, and then you just start ghost quartering them, just stripping them of their whole mana base. That is a really cool one in my opinion. I love it, and you can see like scrolling down, that is a lot of utility lands.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of fetch lands as well with all your Crucible of Worlds type effects. And yeah, we can actually count them because I was doing the math earlier. I think there's at least 5 of these nowadays. So we've got the classic Crucible, we've got Excavator, that's another 3 mana one.
Yep.
Then at 4 mana, we've got Conduit of Worlds to replay lands.
Yep.
And then I don't think I'm seeing the Landfall 6-drop, which is another one you
Yes.
could technically play.
Yeah.
And then there's the Behemoth at 5 as well.
Yes.
So that's a lot of
could
different
have access
redundant
to-
pieces.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, we could have access to 5. We're playing only 4 instead, because at 6 mana these effects do become somewhat ineffective, and we'd rather just have another threat. And I mean, on top of that, you're looking at a bunch of creature tutors, like 3 X spells that grab an X cost creature from the deck, plus something alongside. I believe you also have Command, right? Primal Command is the
Yep,
one that also
at
fetches
5
a
mana.
creature from the deck.
So there's a lot of redundancy, which means overall you get a pretty consistent deck. You can ramp with your Azusa, don't need to rely on other ramp effects really. And then instead of your typical kind of ramp cards you might see in other green decks, with Azusa as your commander, you much prefer having cards like maybe a Nissa's Triumph to consistently have a lot of lands in hand that you can play with that effect. And then, of course, your Nylea's Intervention gives you a ton of flexibility on which lands you want to search up, but can also just be another way of putting more lands in play with your Azusa. So, yeah, excited to see this deck in action here.
Yeah, one interesting omission from the deck is Sylvan Scrying, which usually is a staple in the dual commander versions of this list. But we don't see Sylvan Scrying. It's just a 1 and a green, so 2 mana, a sorcery that just grabs any land from your deck and puts it into hand. So that is usually able to get really nice utility lands. But the advantage of something like a Nylea's Intervention is that you actually get card advantage, where you can grab multiple lands. And we do not have enough powerful lands like Field of the Dead, for example. If that was legal, we would totally play it, and we would totally also play the Sylvan Scrying. But since we don't have individual I win the game lands, like Dark Depths, like Field of the Dead, and something along the side of Glacial Chasm, which is also not an arena, like all these powerful lands that we don't have access to. So it gets slightly worse to just play a tutor instead of something that actually generates card advantage.
Yep. And then, of course, one kind of classic thing this deck will do in the late game, or sometimes even the mid to late game, is looping back your fetch lands with those Crucible of Worlds type effects. So you not only potentially enable landfall on a card like Tireless Tracker, but you also just get more lands in play to cast your big spells.
Oh yes, absolutely. And I believe that is it for the deck tech. We might want to have a look at the Jadar deck. So just go over that again and let's see in specifically the context of this matchup where you want to be. And I think one big one that was mentioned for the Azusa player, usually Scoot Swarm is like a really good plan for the Azusa player, just like making 30, 50, 100 tokens go wide. That is a good way to win the game. That is a very risky strategy against something like Jadar because blood artist effects, board wipes combined with that, right? Massacre Worms, like specifically Massacre Worm is a card. If the opponent has 100 School Swarm and they drop a Massacre Worm, you're toast. You're just gone.
Yep, that's a classic.
Oh,
I've
yes.
definitely been on both sides of that, and I prefer being on the Massacre Worm side of things.
Yep, no, for sure. And then, like apart from the few key haymakers, you're still like your being mono black naturally tends to go into a grindy mid-rangey strategy, and you can't really prevent the Azusa from coming down and dropping 2 more lands, right? So by that point, the opponent's commander already got advantage in some way, like it accelerates them, right? But then like you're playing a Yaras and you play just like these slower kind of ish cards that just try to drain the opponent out, and then the Azusa player is there. I'm dropping an Eldrazi. I am dropping a Thragtusk and just gain a bunch of life, and their plays are just going to be bigger than yours most of the time, which makes this matchup an uphill battle for Jadar for sure.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, there's still some tools available here for the black mid-range strategy. If it can keep opposing creatures in check, there's no shortage of removal here. And then, as you said, trying to paper cut, drain the opponent to death between, your Ayaras, your Blood Artists. There's Underworld Dreams as another one.
Oh,
and
yeah.
kind of nickel and dime your way to victory.
Yeah. One interesting on the construction of this Jadar deck specifically is they have cut spot removal for more edict effects, which can be good in certain situations, but it like against Azusa, it just means that the Azusa player just tries to not trade their commander, and then they can always sacrifice the Azusa. Like you're very happy to just throw away your commander. You drop like 5 additional lands with that. You can sacrifice it for value. Great, right? But the edict effects can be really scary in such situations where it's like Ulamog is not a necessary game over because there are a lot of ways to remove that card in this Jadar deck.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks
Both
like the
non-creatures
players are
as
ready
well
to
as
go.
creatures.
Okay.
But yeah, looks like we're ready to head to the game.
So let's have a look at that. So, and then who won the coin flip? I cannot read Spanish, I believe. Right?
I think it's Italian. It says the opponent plays
Italian.
first. Yes.
Oh, okay. No.
So
I'm very sorry for this.
Myriad on the play with the Azusa deck.
Yep. And,
not what you want to see if you're a fan of Jadar.
And I think this is a very classic Azusa hand in this matchup. You just have 2 threats, 5 lands, something to play on 5 that gets you more lands for your next threat. Yep. And leading on a Shambling Ghast, attacking in, getting in for 1, playing Jadar, and you do have some game here. And I think the big role player, apart from the One Ring as usual, is going to be this Soul Shatter, because that can deal with basically always the best threat on the opposing side.
And it's totally normal to see the Azusa deck just play a lane for the first 2 turns, but as you've said, turn 3, play Azusa, play 2 more lanes. That's what the deck wants to do.
Oh, yeah.
Vorinclex also has been a great addition for this deck. Just another, decent roadblock for a lot of decks that will search up 2 more lanes so you can keep going off with your Azusa.
Yep. Namely, there was a slight missequence here. because Vorinclex is able to search non-basic forests, which means you always can get a card advantage piece with the what's it called? The gate. There is a gate that enters tap, but instead they opt to just hold up the Field of Ruin in case something happens, I believe. But yeah, seems like Field of Ruin not doing too much here. They are just foretelling here, holding up the Orcish Bowmasters, and let's see what can the Azusa player do.
And for those that don't know, Jarl of the Forsaken, it basically will finish off a creature that's been dealt damage. So
Oh yes,
quite a few of those effects in the Jadar deck.
yep. And do you flash in the Jarl or the Orcish Bowmasters? Orcish Bowmasters it is. So Worldbreaker coming down, removing a land that is going to be relevant in the long run, because once you have a ring down, what's going to happen is that, well, you have a lot of cards, you just need mana to play them.
And the Eldrazi are starting to congregate here. There's 2 more in hand.
Yep. So now, at this point, any top deck from the Azusa player is gas. Apart from Kozilek, I believe, which is the only other expensive card left in the deck that can't be played off of their mana base right now. But like, you top deck a land, you can play an Ulamog. You top deck something else, you can play that something else.
Well, I can think of some bad top decks here. Maybe an Arboreal Grazer is not what you want in this spot. But yeah, outside of those,
very true.
A lot of great top decks left.
And that is a Druid class. Is
Not
that a
the
good
best.
or a bad top deck?
I guess it can maybe gain you some life in the long run, but not really what you wanted here.
Yeah, I think Druid class is a very interesting one in this deck, where the idea behind Druid class is that it is somewhat similar to a defense grid, where against counter magic decks, you just drop a Druid class and you just don't need to commit your commander into a counter spell. You can just activate Druid class and now you have you basically have the same effect on the field for the rest of the game.
And remind me, is Druid class the modified version, like the alchemy one, or is it still 5 mana to get to level 3?
It costs 5 mana, but that mode is least relevant here, basically. Yeah. So basically, what is happening is that if you challenge somebody to a friendly brawl game, every rebalance card automatically reverses to the original version. There is nothing you can do about it, and it has been like that since Alchemy was released. And we have sent petitions as well to Wizards, and yeah, nothing got fixed so far, which is it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm sure there's people that prefer it this way, but
yep.
So no, there's a Cutthroat.
Yeah, there is Cutthroat, and you hold up the oh, that is a good one, I believe. So, do you plus or do you make a?
I think with the Druid class, I don't mind just hitting my land drops and gaining some life.
Yeah, I think that is very reasonable. 3 lands, that is very, very good. Druid class, gaining more and more life. And you can cycle the Thicket here, or you could just play it as a land to guarantee the Emrakul next turn. I think you'll guarantee Emrakul either way. Oh, now with the Druid class leveling up, you can, since you made your land drop.
And that's also smart to turn your Ghost Quarter into a creature. That way, if something bad happens, you could technically still sacrifice it on the way out.
That is true. And I think in this position, instead of sacrificing, instead of targeting the opponent's lands with Ghost Quarter, you would target your own land, because the opponent just has infinite amounts of swamps. But if you target yourself, you get a new land drop for your Druid class, thus gaining 1 life.
And yeah, just an attack from the zombie, so not quite enough damage here to close out the game. And with double Eldrazi in hand, you gotta favor the Azusa player.
Oh yes. So the question is, which Eldrazi do you lead on? And I personally think it has to be Ulamog exiling the One Ring.
Yeah, I think I like that too.
What is the second card? Do you take the Blood Artist effect, or do you take the Bowmaster that could punish your draw? Seems like
Yeah,
the
not
Blood
too
Artist
many
effect.
true card draw effects in the Azusa deck.
Yeah, apart from your own One Ring, obviously. Well, and certain landfall like Tireless Tracker also allow you to draw cards, but most of Azusa's card advantage is coming out of playing cards from the top, or just playing cards off the top of your library.
And you talked about edict effects earlier. There's Henrika making each player sacrifice, but also, as you've said, there's still an Azusa that can just be sacrificed and easily replayed.
Yep, and now we're going to see the most fun part for one player in this game, and not so much necessarily fun part for the other player, and that is Emrakul taking over the other player's turn. It's just so fun. What can I say? I love casting Emrakuls.
I mean, they put a lot of effort into programming Emrakul to be on Arena, so got to make use of it.
Although I have to say that is a very scary draw. That is
Grey
dirty.
Merchant. What's her devotion count here?
A lot. I think you just have to swing in with a couple of cards and reduce the devotion as much as possible, right?
Yeah, we see the double black Henrika getting in there.
I think there is also a world where you can, instead of swinging in with the Jadar, you can swing in with Shambling Gust, getting the option of -1/-1 and then killing it, not something else.
Yep.
But they didn't spot that here, sadly.
Yeah, Emrakul turns are some of the most complicated turns you can take in Magic, because you basically have to flip everything you know about the game, and like instead of getting as much value as possible, you gotta reverse it. So it's not always easy to think on the spot.
Oh yeah, but it is a very fun thing to think about, I think. And now, as the Azusa player, with this Nylea's intervention, your goal is to just gain life. And I think it is very realistic to say that you just Nylea's intervention for multiple fetch lands. There is also a Radiant Fountain in the deck. That's a colorless land that when it enters gains you 2 life. So I imagine just like get as much life gain as possible out of this Nylea's intervention, because that is the only way you lose this game to a big, Gary, Grey Merchant, draining you for each point of devotion.
There's even some of the Streets of New Capenna lands that sacrifice themselves in game 1 life, so you get double value with your Druid class in play.
Oh yeah. So
Can do maybe X equals 5 or cast a World Breaker.
Yep. Nylea's intervention also has a second mode that very rarely comes up, but you can kill flares with it. I see this. I think this was a very interesting play. So they World Breakered. Now the Jadar player doesn't get drained anymore. But the reason they did this is so to reduce the devotion on the field. So now there is 1 less black pip on the field. So the Grey Merchant is draining the opponent for 1 less life. Took Massacre coming to the party, but it is a bit too expensive.
We're getting pretty close to a lethal Grey Merchant here if you play Meat Hook for 0.
Yep.
But not quite.
Yeah, and I think not quite in this situation is just never enough. Because once the Azusa player realizes, my life total is quite low, then they just go like, fetch multiple life gain lands and go back up again. So going down to 2 life here.
And there's still that Ghost Quarter that could be sacrificed.
Yep. What?
Wait, what just happened? I guess with Meat Hook Massacre,
they
threaten more
with Meat Hook, but you
drain.
can block 1 creature and you can Ghost Quarter yourself to gain 1
Exactly.
life.
So they must have missed that line.
Yes.
Block with Ghost Quarter, sacrifice to gain 1, and remove basically an attacking creature.
I will say though, Traditionally, Myriad always had an uphill battle in these tournaments because he is one of the few players from Australia. So it is about 3 a.m. for them. And they always said, whenever I make it to the finals, I start punting because it is always very late for them.
Yeah, we got players from all over the world participating here.
Oh, yes.
And yeah, if this seems like something you might be interested in trying yourself, there's a Discord with lots of players participating in these tournaments. So make sure to join and check it out.
Yeah, it is free to join, free to enter. Everything's free. Well, except your time. You do need to bring some time. You get 3 matches per week, and you can organize them with the other players whenever you want to and whenever you have time. So, yeah.
We've got a 3-lander, but in reality, it's more like potentially 5 with Once Upon a Time and Abundant Harvest.
And not only that, but we also see the brutal combo of Fetchland plus Remnant Excavator. Especially the Capana Fetchlands are insane with an Excavator, purely because they also just constantly gain 1 life.
Once Upon a Time finding Primeval Titan, and Abundant Harvest just a forest.
Yep. So, turn to Jadar, swinging for 1. We've seen this play pattern already.
Champion at least provides some early pressure here.
Yep, for sure. And now you get to Azusa, land drop. Didn't make a second land drop, so you know they don't have another land drop, so might as well not be worth it to kill Azusa with the bone shots here. What do you say?
Yeah, I mean, in the meantime, the Jadar player's stuck on 2 lands, but there is a Phyrexian Tower at least, which can provide 2 mana if they sacrifice a creature. So maybe they're trying to hit their land drops here.
And let's see. So I think this is a very tricky turn. You could start on Ghoul, sacrifice Ghoul, and make mana, but at this point you're just like throwing the Ghoul away for nothing. But the advantage to that specific play is that you can play the Augur without sacrificing the zombie token. And that allows you to swing with the zombie token and gain 1 card off of that. And I think that is what they might be doing. Or alternatively, sack the zombie token to bone shards.
Yep. Yeah, definitely a lot of options despite being on 2 lanes. And then now the Undead Augur can provide some card advantage to hopefully hit those land drops.
Yes. And
we found one.
We did find one. So dropping Curse, and now Scoot Swarm is no longer an option until that curse is removed, because Scoot Swarm is just the fastest way to kill yourself in this game now.
So we definitely have a game. Both decks are now operating at full capacity.
So do you take the full value here from the graveyard, just Remnant Excavator, flash back a land 3 times? Do you play a land and command something to the top of their deck? Seems like it is going to be a Remnant Excavator, or not. Very intense.
Well, I guess the fetch land is the new Capena one, which enters tap, so you can't quite go Excavator plus Augur of Autumn, but you could maybe go Augur, and then if there's another land on top, you could play Excavator afterwards.
That might be a bit risky. One advantage of the Capena land is just that it also gains 1 life, and we've seen last game how like every point of life matters in a matchup like this.
And then the shuffle effect also useful if you control an Augur of Autumn to maybe get rid of the top card if you don't like it.
So they're thinking. They would have loved to just have 1 more land here, and I assume just go land, Primeval Titan. I think that is the play they really want to make, but now they have to think. So
yeah, either way, they're guaranteed a Primeval Titan next turn, so they're just trying to map things out, how to get the most value in the coming turns.
I think I agree with the play they make here. I like just like as long as you just keep hitting the land drops, you just have a gain 7 life. You just have like a Primeval Titan gaining more and more life, potentially with other land that enter and gain life. You gain life with Remnant Excavators. Just a ton of ways to gain life, really. So now we might see an edict effect, and that would be a tough choice. What would you sacrifice here?
I think I keep Excavator. Azusa can come back later. And, well, there is an intervention in hand to get extra lands. Azusa has mostly done its job by now.
Oh, yes. And seems like Mirrored agrees with your choice here. So now you can drop Primeval Titan and just flashback 1 land from the graveyard, or you can replay Azusa, play more fetch lands. You would have loved to have something that enters the battlefield untapped in the graveyard, so you can play an Augur of Autumn.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to see the attack with the Undead Augur. Just trying to get in as much damage as possible, I assume. But that does lose a pretty important card range in here in this spot.
Oh, yes. We might also, since Gennaro showed that they don't have a 4th land drop, it is very, very tempting to just, jam this primal command, effectively lock them out, because they just lost their card draw engine, as you said, so that is going to be rough. And we seem to have some flickering here on the screen. Sorry for that.
Titan's gonna have to wait one more turn.
Yeah, so now Braids is the card advantage of choice. Sacrificing a zombie. I assume the Azusa player will just let the opponent have a card draw instead of sacrificing their own creatures here.
I think so too. And then what do we get with Primeval Titan?
So you could grab a card advantage land, but I'm not sure if that is needed. I think at this point you might just want to Primeval Titan. You can just get double life gain land to just stabilize in the long run. That is an option.
Could also think about getting some land destruction for the Phyrexian Tower to deny an extra mana.
The question is, does the Jadar player even have the mana? Even have the creatures to sacrifice? Because at this point, the Jadar token will just get constantly sacrificed to the Braids. And I think that is more important than the 1 mana here. And there's also just, Dark Ritual, there is another Swamp in hand. So I think they're good on mana for now.
And then whatever Primeval Titan doesn't get, Nylea's Intervention might get later. So,
oh yes,
still plenty of opportunities to tutor up lanes.
Yeah, Primeval Titan much weaker in this format than in other formats. In older formats, you could grab lands that effectively just tutor for Eldrazi's. We don't have all of those powerful options here. Field of the Dead is banned, and yeah, it is just life gain.
Maybe one day we'll see a Dark Depths to combine with Thespian Stage, which we recently got on Arena.
Oh yes.
But for now, the Titan's going to be answered.
And one sneaky card here in the hand for Gennaro is you're already dead, because look at all those creatures that might want to swing in, right? Like you could have offered the trade here on your commander and then just get them with the already dead. But they instead decide to not do that. And they're going to instead trigger the Jadar and the Braids in an order where they create the token before sacrificing with Braids. So they just jump for life gain effectively, because they have the Conduit of Worlds in hand. So it's just going to be Azusa, Conduit of Worlds, flashbacking more and more lands, I assume.
There's also a lot of instant speed ways to sacrifice creatures in this Jadar deck, so you can maybe attack with your Undying Zombie and then still bring it back.
Yep.
Or I should say, Decayed Zombie and sacrifice it before it goes away.
Oh yes. So also sorry for the connection issues. I believe the stream is completely gone at this point, and they're trying to switch the screen, so we are getting Myriad on the main screen. Likely not going to have Gennaro's hand. Oh, there it is, but in case some flickering might appear, it is not the full screen anymore. So land off the top here for the Azusa player. You can play that, but they instead opt to shuffle. Also, remember, every time you choose to play the courtyard instead, you just gain 1 life, and 1 life is so much in this spot right now.
Gonna shuffle away the Tireless Tracker, find a Course of Krufix, that's more life gain.
I think this Course of Krufix you just absolutely want to keep on top, because the Course of Krufix represents 3 life of each Capella fetch land you get from the graveyard. 2 land ETBs gaining 2 life, and then the 1 life from the land itself. And once you gain 9 life a turn for your 3 land drops, it is going to be quite difficult to lose, I imagine.
And for those that might be wondering about the Ether Hub and the mana base, I assume that's for the colorless Eldrazi. Like
Yes.
there's Kozilek that requires double colors to cast.
And Thought-Knot's here indeed. And the Jadar player just activated Dovin. So they basically give everything lifelink, and then whenever they gain life until the end of turn, the opponent loses that much life, which is going to be enough damage. And
yeah, so kind of an upset here a little bit. The first game was incredibly close, and we think the Azusa player might have been able to survive that attack, but maybe missed that Ghost Quarter interaction. But then this second game was a bit more one-sided in the end.
Oh yeah. I think now with Jadar being in the finals, wasn't there some mention of the Jadar players not having enough time to actually play out the finals if they make it to the finals?
Yeah, we did have a bit of a weird situation going on where if the Jadar player was unable to play in the finals because they had some other commitments, we might still see Azusa play in the finals regardless.
I see. So they're currently getting in touch with Gennaro and see if they can make it to the finals, because they're short on time. And if they're winning that, then it takes even more time, because remember, they're about to play against Hazard piloting Rel, and the Rel player only needs 1 best of 3 to win in order to win the tournament, whereas the Jadar player needs 2 best of 3s under their belt, because they're coming from the lower bracket in this double elimination tournament. Okay, so everything is currently set up. I've meant to ask you, if you were to compete in a competitive league, what would be your deck of choice?
That's a tough question. There's so many viable decks out there. I mean, seeing this Azusa deck in action, I'm definitely a fan, even though it ended up a little short here in this last game. But yeah, anything that lets me play some of these green creatures like Augur of Autumn, Tireless Tracker, Oracle of Moldiah, those are always fun to play with.
Yeah, sounds like you're a fan of that Azusa deck then.
Yeah, but again, there's a ton of viable options in the format, so there's no shortage of options.
Yeah, talking about options, they recently made 4 custom bans to the league, apart from the official ban list, and those are the 3 commanders only in the command zone of their band, and that are Rafine, Skimming Seer, Teferi, Hero of the Manaria, Rasko Clockmaker, and then in the 99, Wash Away is banned. What are your opinions on that? Do you think any of these shouldn't be on there?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by Rafine. I guess I haven't followed competitive historic Brawl as closely as I should have, maybe. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by Rafine. I guess on curve, I can see it being pretty oppressive, but yeah, kind of intrigued by that banning.
Yeah, and just to note, I believe Rafine is, in fact, and it is not even close, the best deck in historic Brawl. Better than Rasko, better than Teferi. You should have seen it in the last tournaments. It just dominated every time it got played. But Also, talking about tournaments, I believe the finals are here. So Hazor winning the die roll, and I think this is a bit of an anemic hand from the Rel player. I think I can easily see this being mulligan, but then again, the upsides of keeping this is that you have 1 and 2 mana interaction for whatever the Jadar player is bringing, and it is really important. If you like just stop the early aggression, you can get into a really good spot.
So you would say Raul plays out kind of like a combo or a control deck with a combo finish eventually?
It's so Ral is comparatively speaking to like the rest of the oh, that is very unfortunate.
Yeah, looks like we didn't take out Jadar before it triggered.
Yeah, no stop. So comparing the Ral list to other competitive lists, it is extremely light on interaction. Only has a couple of burn spells against aggressive decks, and it is in reality really playing out like a combo deck, where your aim, like at 9 mana, you could die at any point to the Rel player, because what you are going to play is 4 mana Rel into copy the next spell you play, copy Time Warp, take 2 extra turns. In one of the extra turns, you just plus the Rel, and then the second extra turn, you just copy another extra turn, and it just goes on and on.
It's gonna hurt.
So there we've got one potential copy spell, but yeah, they're debating about it.
Yeah, and they say, hey, I'm just gonna be on the control plan here. I don't have any other cards to filter through my deck to potentially
Talk to my lab assistant.
And yeah,
get
there we
the combo
see
going.
an interesting sequence, the Jarl of the Forsaken, I believe, finishing off Brawl after damaging it. And there was the option of abrading the Playcrafter the turn it was cast.
Yeah, so definitely punished for not taking that line, but at the same time, you can grab some real goodies off of this solve the equation. So looking
And
at
then-
Magma Opus.
Keeping the Abrade perhaps to play alongside Chandra, where you can plus 4 mana and then copy the Abrade.
Oh yes, and then next turn copy a Magma Opus. I believe that is the line they're going for. Nope, instead just abrades once here to preserve life total, and then what they're going to do is just minus Chandra, kill 2 creatures. Painful Quandary. Lose 5 life.
Enough talking. Let's do this.
And yeah, now Chandra is notably at 3, which is 1 more than the Jadar player could deal. But luckily they top decked a Murderous Rider, which allows them to take out. Oh, that is.
Yeah, Flashback Marauder is one of these old school cards that doesn't mention Planeswalkers, whereas a lot of the other 3 mana creatures do. So, don't need to sacrifice Chandra.
Yep, and that is potentially the game. This they had the chance to kill Chandra, missed the opportunity, and now 2 Magma Opie, I believe is, are going to hit them, and that draws 4 cards, puts 2 4/4s into play. Now at this point, you're only worried about dying to Painful Quandary, so you're happy to discard the Guardian Idol.
Also notable, the copies you get from Chandra or from Raul do not force you to discard or lose life to the Quandary. It's only when you cast a spell.
Yes, copying is not casting by default. So Liliana has to come down to wipe up the board.
Not a
And I
bad
believe that
answer,
is lethal.
but yeah, not quite gonna do it here.
Have a gift.
So Cackle with power for a lot, basically.
And we get to copy it with Chandra.
They won't know what hit them.
Yeah, that would have been
Sparing us.
lethal even at 40 life.
Yeah, sparing us the extra turn as well.
and that is a victory. Hazard being away, one win away from becoming the next champion, winning it all. And yeah, let's see. I think does the Jadar player even play a lot of hand height? I believe they cut down on hand height, which is definitely what you want to see in this kind of matchup, right?
I see a Thoughtseize, a Duress, but that seems to be it. So no Inquisitions, no
Mind spikes.
Mind Spikes, yep.
Yeah, those are the kind of cards you really fear as the RAL player. So Gennaro cutting down on those is really in their favor. And here we see a really solid hand from both players, honestly, because turn 1 Duress is what you want to see.
Do we take Surge or do we take Bolt?
Long game or aggro? Oh, and that is very unfortunate.
Yeah, taking the Bolt and then drawing another removal spell.
Yep, that's what they call Thoughtseize bug. So you could get greedy. Besides not get greedy, just, you know, kill it right now. And then you can drop one of the other 2 drops with counter magic backup.
Pretty far from cleaving a Gambit.
Yeah, generally speaking, in some situations you don't even need to cleave a Gambit. Like if you're on 7 mana, Chandra plus take 1 extra turn. Yes, it got copied, but you lose the game after the first turn, and then you just go cackle with power to kill them. That might just be enough as well. Very, very tempting to keep on top because it is so good against the opposing deck. But if you do that, you're hoping to draw a card from something else.
Yeah, missing the second red source as well.
So Jadar dies to the same Molten Impact again.
Yeah, these alchemy cards definitely spice things up.
I think overall alchemy, I think there are a lot of designs in alchemy that you could make into a real paper card, but and I don't necessarily see a reason for these cards to be alchemy exclusive cards, but cards like Molten Impact can be really annoying to keep track of because they want to reduce the clutter in paper.
Yeah, for sure. We have seen cards recently like the 3 mana legendary Nissa that is kind of like Conjuring, but not quite, so
Yes.
it seems like a pretty easy transition to make.
Yes, for sure. So, Ayara hitting the field, that has put in real work against certain decks, but I assume is not going to be enough here because Flame of Lenore just slowly grinding them out of resources. This is basically the control side of a deck that has, you know, a minor control side, I would say.
Yeah, Sweltering Suns clean things up, and we still have a Planeswalker left over.
Yeah, now with Brawl being able to copy your next spell and the possibility of... Wow.
That's a good
That's
one.
a really good spell.
And Epiphany makes 2 birds even if you don't fertile it, correct? Because it's the default.
Yes, very, very true. And Murderous Rider accidentally played the creature side instead of the non-creature side to kill Raul, and turns out now you have 4 birds attacking for extra turn, for every extra turn, so those get in at least for 8. But now you just also get to 2 more extra turns, and I believe that is just lethal on board already. Wait, no, that is 12 more damage. So you need to cast 4 spells with Raul, which should be easy enough to do in 2 more extra turns coming up, especially with the...
So when you copy a cleaved Gambit, it also takes away the lose the game clause, or does it not?
I believe it shouldn't matter because the oh no, it should matter because it should put the. I'm not sure, but I am sure Hazard plays this card for a reason in this deck, and I would assume that going for this line is showing us that they can actually that they don't lose the game here.
Yeah, I would imagine so. But they might even be able to close it out right now.
What you can also do is, if you have a Tails, that you can stifle the lose the game trigger, which is always fun.
Yeah, and there we see just another turn.
Yep, and they didn't lose the game, so yes, it copies all the properties.
And there we have it, a swift 2-0.
Yep, and that makes Hazard, congratulations, the winner of this tournament. Thank you, everybody, for competing. Thank you, Gennaro, making an amazing second place with Jadar, which is a real underdog deck in the competitive environment, let me tell you. But I'm very happy to always see new decks, Azusa making third. Like, these decks we haven't seen these decks at all in the competitive scenes for like the past year, and them showing up in the tournament like this is always exciting.
Yeah, and yeah, the Brawl deck also just a nice kind of a well-rounded deck, being able to play the control role, but then kind of flip a switch and all of a sudden you're dead.
Yeah. Also, traditionally speaking, combo decks have been very, very weak in the league because now Hazard feels comfortable bringing Rel again because 3 of your absolute nightmare matchups are just banned with basically all the like control instant speed decks out of the format. You can bring something like Rel again, and I think that is very, very interesting and for the matter. And we will have to see what the future top decks will be if we have to take another banning or not.
Well, I wanted to hop in as well.
So, thank you everyone for joining the tournament. I believe we are done. If you want to also join the league yourself, feel free to do so. In the description of the Twitch stream, you can find a link to the Discord. You can compete there for free. How it works, you join. Every week you get 3 matches paired to you, and you have the whole week to play those 3 matches. After 4 weeks, if you're in the top 8, you're able to compete in the tournament, and duke it out for glory, so to speak. And yeah, any final words, LVD?
No, this was a pleasure to be part of it, and thanks again to the behind the scenes crew as well for making it happen.
Oh yes, thank you. Thank you for Palm. Thank you for Smurf. Thanks so much for all of you. BP Radiant also earlier was a great caster. Thank you for Melamed. All the behind the scene. Also LVD, you have a YouTube channel. You're pretty popular. So most people, I assume, know you already. But if not, check Legend VD out on YouTube. He makes absolutely fantastic historic Brawl gameplay, a bunch of other formats as well, I believe. But for the most part, Arena, and
Cool.
He's great at it.
Thank
and
you.
I also wanted to talk about the next tournament coming up. The finals right now will be the 23rd or the 30th. Just so we all
yes,
have that for me checking it next time.
Oh yes, and one more thing that I wanted to say. I am also hosting a no ban tournament on the 26th of August. So that is just historic Brawl with no bans. Everything is legal, all the rebalanced cards. And the reason why that is also relevant for every league player is because between every season, we also have a fun week. And this theme for the fun week, upcoming next Monday for the whole week, is no ban. So everyone just gets to play with no ban, and then that would be good practice in the tournament. And yeah, check that out as well. So thank you, everyone, and we are out.